Hello, friends. Let me make sure. Yes, you can hear me. Hello, I'm back in the kitchen, back from vacation. I'm back from like rest and relaxation. Like my brain is clearly not back. Light Wraith, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika. You may also hear me called Sam. I am a member of Everbright Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams and a variety streamer here on Twitch. And today we're in my kitchen and we're making strawberry rhubarb pie. Light Wraith, how was your stream? How did it go? Let me get you a shout out. I don't think I have any mods right now because my main mod, my fiance, is laying down. He's not feeling the greatest today. How was Final Fantasy? You guys, if you don't know Light Wraith, 10 out of 10, check him out. I met him through Content Delta. He is an absolute gem. He is adoring Final Fantasy and those story type games, and I think you will enjoy his vibe. Thank you, Light Wraith. Thank you. Welcome in, Scarlet. I also need to say hello to Carrie and Suspenders. Suspenders, who is the official first, Carrie, who is the official second. Thank you both very kindly for your resubscriptions upon my time back. And Carrie is streaking, and Nivex is streaking. Oh my goodness. All the streaks in chat. It's nice to meet you as well, Scarlet. Love the vibes. I'm glad. Stream was good. We were doing some side content. Then the brand new raid stuff was very intense. Oh, I didn't know there was new raid stuff. You're his raid mentor. Let's go. Let's go. We love that. You know what though? Sometimes a challenge is nice until, you know, the challenge just murders your face off, which is usually what happens to me when I end up in a challenging situation in games. And then I Google the answers. Nivex, congrats on being the official third. We are gonna make pie today, and I'm excited to make this pie. I'm excited to have all of you guys here with me to make this pie. But Light Wraith, if you need to raid and run, if you need to go get that post-stream self-care, go get it. Totally understand. You've been streaming for a while. You've probably been sitting for a little while. You may need to get up and get food or refresh your water, maybe take a dog out. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what you need to do to wind down, but if it's walking away from your computer, totally understand. I really appreciate the raid. I truly, truly do. But make sure you take care of yourself. And that goes for everybody who raided in with you as well, because they may have been there for a while too. Nobody has to stay, but I will, of course, always appreciate the lurk. It means a lot. Spent a lot of time laying down on the job. Oh no! I lay down on the job a lot too in tough games. 100%, that's me. I feel no shame in the fact that oftentimes when I play games, I knock it down to the easiest setting because games are supposed to be fun first and foremost. Over you do a bit of a lurk. Absolutely. Absolutely. I appreciate it. If you went an hour more than usual, you've earned that lurk. You've earned it. So, strawberry rhubarb pie, gonna happen. Camping was amazing. Oh my gosh. I don't even know how to organize my thoughts. I literally am just flying by the seat of my pants today, you guys, because I'm so out of practice. You wouldn't think being away for 2 weeks would knock you out of practice, but I am so out of practice. I'm like, where do I start? What do I do? Where do I go? How do I do this? Oh my gosh. For a little while too, I was kind of like, do I have everything set up for stream? Is it really this simple? And I'm sure I'm gonna look back and find something that I just totally forgot to do and be like, fuck. You know, that's definitely, it's probably gonna happen, especially considering, and this is just like a general overarching be advised kind of thing. Today is a little bit of a struggle day for me with my personal chronic illness, which is an autoimmune disease. I have Hashimoto's thyroiditis and potentially some undiagnosed other things that the doctors just haven't found yet. but I'm having pain today. I've already taken some ibuprofen. You're probably gonna see me take more ibuprofen in like 30 to 40 minutes. It's hips down, it's a lot in my knees. Standing seems to be okay for right now, but if you see me moving around and I have a little bit of a limp, it's just because I'm carefully putting pressure on these joints that just are not liking me. We are having a weather pattern shift right now. We went from having days, I mean, they were getting hot, but they weren't humid, and it wasn't rainy, it wasn't stormy. So we went from like a drier, warm heat to today is 88 and it is muggy and it is getting ready to rain. I can see it in the clouds outside. I can see it on the barometer where it's telling me we're pushing into change, and my body is like, I hate this. So if I seem to be extra scattered, if I seem to have a little bit of like a weird weight shift or a limp or whatever, that's all it is. It is completely normal for me. I am not injured. I have not hurt myself. It's just my body rebelling against what the atmosphere is doing, because that's a thing. It's a crappy thing, but that is a thing. So just, you know, fair warning, that's happening. And then of course the heat also puts me into that little bit of like a brain foggy area, so I may wibble wobble and wander on the things that I talk about and where I get up to and so on and so forth, because again, that's a thing. If you're in the Discord, you know too. Speaking of thinking I'm not ready for stream, I had unplugged my tablet, which is what is the camera. That is how I broadcast when I'm out here doing this. And I had unplugged it but not turned it off, and so it was stone cold dead. So I think I have like 1% battery life on it. I had it plugged in for almost 45 minutes before the tablet was like, yes, I have enough battery power to turn on. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be on time for every part of this except having my tablet charged, and that's gonna push me late, but it didn't. We started basically right at 4, right when I wanted to, so good job me. Just giving myself a little pat on the head. Good job me. I noticed it soon enough. Because, oh my gosh, that would have just been the thing, right? To have to come to you guys in Discord and be like, listen, I done fucked up and forgot to charge the tablet. I don't know when I unplugged it. I just had. It is what it is, you know? Oh my gosh. Speaking of things happening, people are just blowing up my Snapchat. We're going to remove all of those notifications so they stop staring at me. My pie recipe, once again, comes from this cookbook that I created in honor of my mom. This is her mother's recipe, so my grandmother's recipe for actually a rhubarb pie, but you can turn it into a strawberry rhubarb pie. And when I was typing this recipe up to put in my Discord, I realized that I gave terrible instructions in this particular cookbook. So, to my friends and family who received one of these, I'm sorry. Josh, hello, welcome in. How are you? And Panther? Hi, Panther. You and Josh are exactly the same color and your names are almost the same length. You're tired, help? Well, Josh, it's like 9:30 at night for you and you have to get up at the ass crack of dawn to go to work. I expect you to be tired. But if you don't want to be tired, I mean, there's caffeine. There's a swift kick in the butt. I can't offer either to you, but they exist. No work? What? What? That's amazing. Are you on vacation too? Panther, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that. You just got here. I know you know Seamus. I know you're here because you're part of the 42 crew. But I appreciate that. Thank you. You are on vacation. Let's go. So, rhubarb pie, aka strawberry rhubarb pie. We're going to need 1 beaten egg, a pinch of salt, 1.5 cups of sugar, approximately 2 to 3 tablespoons of flour, and this is, you have to just look at the recipe for this one when you make it, 3.5 cups of rhubarb, and a cup of chopped strawberries, and you typically get 1 cup out of a pint or a pound of them. It's whatever comes in one of these containers. This whole container of strawberries. Yuppers, yeah. Yeah. I know, Panther. I hear your name a lot. I hear your name a lot. You seem to be the king of finding the glitches, basically. So, we're gonna need those ingredients for the pie, and then some butter. The butter is not mixed into the ingredients. The butter is placed in pats on top, or dabs, however you wanna call it. And then you're also gonna need, of course, a pie crust. So I am going to be using roughly my mother's pie crust recipe. She liked to use Crisco, I like to use butter, so I'm just doing a 1-to-1 substitution. So for a pie crust, we're gonna need 3 cups of flour, 1.5 teaspoons of salt, but this is salted butter. I don't know how well that shows up. Salted. So I'm not putting as much salt into my pie crust because we don't want it to be extra salty, and I refuse to buy unsalted butter for baking, because I'm obstinate. So we'll need 1.5 teaspoons of salt, less if you're using salted butter, 1 cup plus 2 tablespoons of butter, and 6 tablespoons of cold water for the pie crust. We will be making the pie crust after we get our strawberry rhubarb pie items juicing. So when you do a fruit pie, there's always a part of the pie recipe where you have to put everything together in a bowl and walk away. Because you need to let sugar have time to really get the juices coming out of the ingredients of the fruit. In this instance, we're gonna have to let it sit for an hour. And this is where you have to roughly estimate things. So some fruit juices more than other fruit. That is why I can't say for sure how much flour you're gonna need in your pie mixture to actually make it firm up. And it is not unusual, especially in the early days of your own pie making journey, to underestimate and end up with soup as soon as you cut it. Not unusual at all. Fingers crossed that doesn't happen to you, but if it does, don't feel bad. You have to go, but you wanted to hop in. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of your day, Panther. I will let Seamus know that you poked in for a little bit. He's napping right now. He's not feeling the greatest, so he is taking a nap, but he'll be up in like probably 30 minutes. He doesn't nap for very long. Yeah, I appreciate you. So when I say 2 to 3 tablespoons of flour, the flour is going to stabilize the fruit part of it. You may need more if you have particularly juicy fruit. You may find that you put in 1 tablespoon and you're like, no, this seems okay. My fruit isn't juicing. You may put in 2 and then let it sit and it gets really soupy and you're like, nah, I'm gonna add in the 3rd one. The only recipe I have where I don't actually have to worry about that is my cherry pie recipe, because it uses tapioca pudding, like the little crystals, to set it up instead of flour. And those work differently and behave differently and absorb liquid differently, and it's a whole different scientific process that I can't explain to you but I can tell you it works differently. So for this, it's flour. You have to kind of just trust your gut on this one. So I have my rhubarb over here. You're gonna see this says 4 cups. Doesn't matter. 3.5, 4 cups. This is another part of the beauty of a fruit pie. You don't have to be perfect. It's a fruit pie. You do not have to be perfect. Just enjoy the process. This rhubarb actually comes from my dad's house. So normally I harvest it myself, but I haven't gotten over there yet this year to do that. And before I got over there, my brother and my sister-in-law harvested it, and they have a vacuum sealer. So they actually measured it and vacuum sealed it. But for a pie, like just to cut it up and get it sealed, what they did is fine. But for a pie, like some of these you can see are really big chunks in here, like this one. I don't want that big of a chunk in my pie. So I am actually going to chop this down a little bit further, and I need to slice up my strawberries. And before I do that, I need to actually pull out a garbage for any pieces and bits that I'm not using. And then I need a nice sharp knife. A nice sharp knife. A paring knife. And while I'm doing this, very important thing, my butter is out to warm up because I need it to be room temperature when we make the pie crust. Normally for a pie crust, you really want it to be a little bit more solid. But I don't feel like struggling with it, so I want mine to be, I would rather have a little bit of a stickier crust than have to screw around with really solid butter that doesn't want to incorporate. That is a personal choice. Is this bowl actually going to be big enough for everything I have to put in here? You know, I think it's gonna be close. And I say this because this is the first pie I ever made Seamus, and I made it for Seamus. Gosh, I think we had been seeing each other mainly as friends with benefits. Like, I don't think we had officially decided that we were dating yet, even when I made him this pie. This might be part of why he decided that I was dating material. I'm not gonna lie, he loves strawberry rhubarb pie. This is the first pie I ever made him, and when I first made it for him, it was the first time I had ever made that pie. And I remember using this bowl because he had nothing in this apartment to bake with. Like, I cut the butter into the pie crust with forks, okay? He had nothing. There was no hand mixer. There was no KitchenAid. He didn't have a rolling pin. Like, I'm not even kidding you. I woke up at 7 a.m. and I was like, I'm gonna make this pie. I brought over the rhubarb. We've got strawberries. I hadn't checked for recipes. I hadn't checked for baking materials. He did not have a pie plate or rolling pin. And his cookbook did not have a pie crust recipe. So here I am, I've just got the rhubarb pie recipe for the filling, and I had to, first I tried calling my mom. I mean, it's 7:30 in the morning, she's not awake. No dice there on her pie crust recipe. So I call my best friend, Gwen, and I was like, girl, I need a pie crust recipe, and I need a pie plate, and I need to borrow your rolling pin. So she wrote down her pie crust recipe. I drove to her house to borrow the pie plate, to borrow the rolling pin, and to pick up the recipe because, oh my God, there was nothing here. It was so funny. It was so funny. That was the day that I told Seamus he was going to have to buy some things for me to be here if I was going to be staying here more frequently, and he wanted baked goodies. So yeah, I remember using this, and I think I actually filled it like right to the top, and it was uncomfortably full. So let me see if we have a better bowl. I pulled this one out on instinct. Oh, speaking of Seamus, he's awake. He probably heard me talking about him. Ugh, I have to have a better bowl. I know I have like really big bowls, but I don't want the really big ones. I want an in-between bowl. Do I have an in-between bowl? Even those aren't big enough, really. Oh, I know. I know what I can use. I think this one is just a little bit bigger than what I had. Just a little bit. So I'll work with that. I'm actually going to start with the strawberries. I'm going to let the rhubarb thaw a little bit more. So we don't need any greens. Cut the greens off. Slice them up as big or small as you desire. There is no wrong way to cut your fruit. And then chuck it in your bowl. If you run into pieces that don't look good, don't use them. It's as simple as that. Simple, simple, simple. Told you he wouldn't sleep for too long. Seamus is not usually a nap kind of individual, so I figured it would be maybe an hour of nap and then he would be awake, and I was not wrong. I was not wrong. Oh. So did everybody have a good 2 weeks without me? Because I know I had a fantastic 2 weeks, not gonna lie. I missed you guys, but I really enjoyed my family time. I enjoyed getting to hang out with my little cousins and see my aunt and uncle.
Doki doki ooh woo.
Just sit by the fire and read.
My wonderful fiance, Seamus.
There's Seamus. Worst 2 weeks of your life, Josh? Because I wasn't streaming or because other shit happened? I don't want to get too big of a head. You're not first, Seamus. I mean, I can probably use most of this strawberry. I just don't like half of it. Me, obviously, but also, uh-oh. That sounds like something happened. I hope whatever it is that the storm has passed and you're having better days. Dime, hello, welcome in. I will hydrate. How are you, friend? I hope you're doing well. I know every time I turn around, I end up out of camera. There is a surprisingly narrow field of view for words. I have them. Droid cam. That's what I'm talking about. The thing I use for the tablet. especially because it's coming at me from the side and I need you to see the magic versus me. I mean, if you can get yourself to New York, Tannerim, you can absolutely have some. Welcome in. How are you today? I hope you are doing well. I also love a good strawberry rhubarb pie. And rhubarb in general. We have a friend who tried rhubarb just in general out in the wild and hated it. He's really not like a tart, sour kind of person, and rhubarb is a very tart fruit. Is it a fruit? I want to say rhubarb is a fruit, but it might not actually be a fruit. We're gonna have to Google that. But anyways, he had tried it just in general and he didn't like it. So when I told him that I was gonna make a strawberry rhubarb pie, he was like, I don't like rhubarb. And I was like, well, try the pie anyways. Tell me what you think. And he tried the pie and he's a changed man. We'll just go with that. He's a changed man. Gags, hello! But not in an envelope. Rhubarb is a vegetable. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think it would ship very well in an envelope or otherwise, unfortunately. Warm strawberry rhubarb pie with ice cream. Ooh, yeah, I don't have the right ice cream for it. Because I feel like that would take a vanilla. And all we got is chocolate. That's okay. That's okay. Let's get these ones out of here. So that they're not completely in the way. And keep going. Fresh mint. Ooh, you know what? Fresh mint would match this nicely. Like a good mint iced tea or something. Because for me, this is very much like a summer pie. It's true. We are eating the stalks like celery. It just is so weird to think of rhubarb as a vegetable. Should be okay. If I weren't making this today, I don't think I would trust this strawberry, but I literally bought these strawberries today because I wanted fresh strawberries, not frozen, for the pie. Partially because, and no offense to the manufacturers of like sliced frozen fruit, but nobody's checking them to make sure that you don't have little extra bits of greens or whatever in there. It's just going through a conveyor belt and you get what you get. And I am a little bit more particular about my pies than that. Yeah, absolutely. Have a great rest of your day, Tannerim. You missed Panther, Seamus. Panther stopped in for a little bit. You saw? Yeah. He couldn't stick around. And for all of the family that I literally just saw, part of me was wondering if I shouldn't contact them when I finish this pie to see if anybody wanted to come over and eat some, because this is a family favorite. And again, it doesn't get made very often. But they're probably going to get cream puffs soon, so they can survive without pie. I say probably because I'm really debating on giving round 2 attempt to my mom's cream puffs for the end of this month's baking stream. Because cream puffs are also delicious, and I've only made them once in my life, and that was to produce this cookbook. that I did in memorial for my mom because they were iconically her. Anytime we needed work done on the house where somebody else was coming over from the family to help out working on the house, she paid them in cream puffs because cream puffs are not a quick expenditure. So nobody has had these cream puffs in years because my mother, the last time she made them, it was while she was sick, just because she wanted them, and like it was just for her and my dad. Nobody was coming over to eat them. So if I make them again, it's going to be a very special treat for my whole family. New creature we added to the dino. Oh, nice, Carrie. After you added them, so you're guessing they started spawning. There you go. There you go. Good old dino wipe. Now you can eat more T-Rexes. You got fresh food. That's how that works, right? A dino wipe means fresh food. At least I would think it means fresh food. Sorry if I go silent. Like I said earlier, my brain, half functioning. Half functioning. And I'm concentrating very hard to not slice myself with the knife because I am accident prone. Killing with fire. Let's go. Kind of like you guys murder my plate up runs with fire. I'm not looking at anybody in particular, but this stare is for Seamus and Dova. And we will play plate up again soon-ish. I'm so addicted to peak. I've already climbed a virtual mountain again since I've been home. Because that game is too addictive. Learned recently, as in last night, that cooking the bandages in Peak means that you get bonus stamina with the healing. And I was like, excuse me? That's amazing. Okay, no more strawberry lids. This can be in the recycle bin. I'm gonna rinse my fingers real fast. Just so that when I open up the rhubarb, it's not me getting sticky all over my drawer handles and whatnot. Man, if I get back into harvesting the rhubarb and stuff, this is much nicer than Ziploc bags. Okay, some of this is just going straight in the bowl and some of it needs to be trimmed. Which parts of it remains to be seen. Like this is a little bit of a big chunk, but these are perfect. And I understand how this ended up the way it did. Because I know that when they were chopping it, they literally just took a stalk and chopped down, and they didn't actually slice any stalks in half or anything. Because when you're doing a big batch process, that can be very tedious. Ask me how I know. It's because I used to do this, and I will eventually again do this. And when I do it, I do actually get to that level of tedium so that I'm not doing it at this point. But if you've never made a rhubarb pie, if you've never made the strawberry rhubarb pie, it's not something that's going to be like at the forefront of your brain to think about. Yeah, this rhubarb came from my dad's yard. My mom used to work with it to make strawberry rhubarb pies. It's one of the few things that I just always thought was really cool because, like, people grow all sorts of things, but how many people have rhubarb plants? Not many. One of those more unusual ones. This is still slightly frozen, so that's why I'm having to like peel it apart and stuff. And it's very much like celery. So when you're cutting rhubarb, there's two easy ways to do it. Either an extremely sharp knife or kitchen scissors. Either or. Because you got to get through the stringiness of it. I don't mind that, you know, there's a little extra icy bits going in. That's not going to ruin the pie. It just might mean that we need a little extra flour to keep it from being soup. That's all. That's all. No big deal. That one's fine, that one's fine. Cut it in half. Cut it in half. Someday Marissa will make her own strawberry rhubarb pie. Or my brother, because he also likes to bake, and they will understand the size that you need these pieces to be. That day, however, is not today. Batwoman, hello, welcome in. How are you? I'm doing good. I am nice and rejuvenated from my vacation. And I'm ready for this pie to be in my mouth. Yeah, so vacation-wise, oh my gosh, you guys, we had such a time of it in the beginning. It all worked out in the end, but holy crap. So, as some of you are aware, anyways, we converted a bus years ago to be a camper / Viking reenactment kit hauler because we had all the sunshades and extra tents and shit for aesthetic reasons and potentially people to crash in or to hide modern day stuff like coolers and stuff. And we haven't touched it in a while, probably like at least 3 years, because we haven't been able to go camping in a while. Everything shut down with COVID, all the events closed down, and then my health went to shit, and we weren't able to go camping. We weren't able to really use the bus, and it sat. And it sat, and it sat, and it sat, and it sat, and it sat. And anybody who knows mechanics already knows what the problem is with the fact that the bus sat. Doing good as well, and you'll take some pie too. You love strawberry, right? Strawberry rhubarb it's among my fave pies. It's definitely top 3. So we went to try starting the bus about 2 weeks before we were supposed to leave for this camping trip. And as anybody who's mechanically inclined will totally not be surprised to hear, it didn't start. So thus begins the question of why. Is it just that it needs a battery charge? No, that didn't work. So we bought new batteries. That didn't work. We were like, well, what the heck? So we're trying to rack our brains. We're trying to figure out how to get this thing to start, and we cannot. My brother's bus also didn't want to start, and his, like, when he actually got under it, because he does diesel mechanics, like he has some schooling in it, and he realized that he was going to need probably close to $5 to $10 grand worth of work to fix his bus. He said, screw it, and bought a tent. I am not a tent girl. I have tried the tent. I've given it the honest attempt. I don't do well in a tent. It gives me too much anxiety. I cannot handle it. I need solid walls. So now we're like, shit, are we gonna have to rent a camper? Are we gonna have to cancel our vacation? And then it dawned on me. We've got friends who have a camper that we could borrow. So we call them up. We're like, hey. And I mean, mind you, we're a week out at this point, and we're like, hey, funny ask. Can we borrow your camper? And they were like, absolutely. Technically, they're selling it, but it is not the right camper for us. It's too much. It's too much camper because we call them the Brady Bunch. They have so many kids between the two of them. Both are previously divorced with children, and then they got together and got married. So it's like literally the Brady Bunch. I think they have 6 kids. There's a lot of them. And well, not all of them were going to go camping with them because they are adult children at this point. They had the bunkhouse in the back. Seamus and I don't need a bunkhouse. It's just the two of us. So anyways, we pick up this camper, grateful as hell to have it to use, so that we are not going to have to buy a tent or cancel our vacation. So when we pick it up at their place, everything's fine. The lights work. The towing lights work. Like, it's all good. We bring it here. And this is the day before we leave because where we live is on-street parking. We don't have a driveway. And if you have a camper on-street and it is not an RV, so it can't drive itself, if it's a tow behind, it has to stay attached to the vehicle that's going to be towing it if it's sitting for more than 24 hours, which this one was going to be if we didn't pick it up the day before. So the morning comes, we've put our stuff in it. We're like just piecing together the last little things that you can't put in right away. Lights won't work, the running lights. And we're like, what the hell? We literally just towed it home. Batwoman, you're streaking, let's go. So Seamus is just racking his brain. He's beside himself because you get that like trip anxiety where things go wrong and your brain shuts off. It's not anger. It's not anything bad. It's just your brain shuts off because you're like, I just need it to work. So I call my dad because this is not my first rodeo with a camper. But it is my first rodeo with a camper where I'm the one who has to figure out what's wrong with it or help Seamus. And I'm like, it's outside of my knowledge, right? So Seamus and my dad go out and look at it when my dad gets here. Because my dad is like, no problem, I'll come over. Because I was like, there might be something that he can point out that is just obvious to him, who has been working with campers for 20 years now, because we've gone camping like my entire life pretty much as a family. And sure enough, he comes over and it's just that both bulbs have blown for the lights. So we have to get new bulbs. Cool, no problem, got it. We get the bulbs, we plug them in, everything works, sweet. We get it up to camp. We unhook it from the truck, and the batteries will not hold a charge. We have no power. And we're like, what? Apparently pretty good, Seamus, for both taillights to take a shit at the same time. And Dad said it's not the first time that it happened to him with a camper. He's had that happen before. So, battery not holding a charge. We have no lights. The fridge won't start. Because that's one of the beauties of having one of these enclosed campers is you have a fridge and a freezer. So you don't have to do the floating butter bullshit in a cooler, right? And I was like, what? So Seamus takes a look at the batteries. One of them has a hole in them. Where and when that hole or crack appeared, we're not sure. It could be that it occurred while we were driving it back to our place. Like, we're not sure. But regardless, it compromises the batteries. So we just throw our hands up in frustration because we got there late due to all the other problems that we were struggling with the taillights and overthinking it, and, you know, blown fuses, and because there were also some blown fuses that had to be taken care of, so on and so forth. And we say, screw it, we're only 40 minutes from home, we're going home to sleep tonight, because by now it's like 7 o'clock at night and we're tired, we're hot. And we said, fuck it. We went home. We slept. Came at it with a fresh set of eyes after going to my dad's, and we picked up the batteries that we had on the bus. Because they're camper batteries. Might as well. These batteries will take a charge, but they won't hold a charge. So that night, like, we use them for the day. We get the fridge going. We get everything chilled. We did the cooler thing for one night. So the butter tried to float in the ice, and that was a whole thing. But we get it going. We're like, hallelujah. We wake up the next morning. So now we're on day 3 and nothing works. The batteries, despite not having been used a whole heck of a lot, are so old. Just gonna dump this juice before I toss this bag. Are so old that they've just lost the ability to hold a charge. So overnight, the charge had run out and the camper just stopped running the fridge and stuff. So we had to go out and buy new batteries. It was the only option. Was an expensive option, but our friends are happy to reimburse us because they're keeping the batteries with the camper. And that solved that problem. So we had the first 3 days that were just like, what the fuck? Like, seriously, can just one thing go right? Oh gosh. Bad idea. So yeah, the start of the vacation, very rocky. The rest of the 10 days, beautiful. We had like perfect weather. It was sunny and warm without being, for the most part, too ungodly hot. We had one day where, aside from the day we came home, where the humidity was just out of control. Now I can move this. But other than that one day, it was perfect weather. Let me rinse my fingers off. But man, what a trial with the camper. What a trial. And whoever designed that camper has never gone camping. Ever in their life. They only have a 5-year lifespan, so that was just dumb luck. It was. It's true. It was just dumb luck. So this camper, it was a J flight. And I'm going to reiterate, I'm very grateful we had access to it. Like, I'm not begrudging the gift from my friends to borrow it from our friends. The wife warned us right ahead of time. The bed is miserable because you can't walk around it. So I had to crawl in and out over the top of Seamus because, of course, I'm the one who has to pee a million times at night. Miserable. Absolutely miserable. But we also discovered that there was no airflow because the windows were, like, it had big windows, but only this wee tiny little portion could actually be opened, and none of them were across from each other. So there was no airflow. And then the dinette. There has to be a way to adjust it, but nobody could figure it out. So sitting at it, it was up to here on both Seamus and myself, which is uncomfortable. And the one night where we just had so many mosquitoes out and about that we wanted to eat inside, we could just like scrape the food into our mouths. It was awkward. It was very awkward. But aside from those 3 things, it was perfect and great. All right, we've got our rhubarb and we've got our strawberries chopped up very nicely in the bowl. We are combining literally all of our ingredients in here except for the butter, and then it has to sit. So we need 1.5 cups of sugar. I'm also glad that you guys like to listen, at least I assume you like to listen to me tell stories while I bake, because I got plenty to tell you from camping. All fun things. Oh, am I gonna have, ooh. It's close enough. I think it's technically a little over. No, it's right there. Stories are good. That's good, Carrie. That's good. 1.5 cups of sugar. I need a giant spoon here, so I can mix things in as we go. Because yeah, like, we had a great time at camp. We really did. But camp always comes out with interesting stuff. We always have an interesting time of it. And like I said, I've been doing this since I was a kid. So my entire mom's side of the family, my extended family, has gone camping to the same campgrounds for roughly the same 2 weeks my entire life. Like, I have been going camping since before I am old enough to remember going camping. That's how long I've been doing this. There's a photo of me on film, a film photograph, holding my dad's hand, and it really looks like a pedophile is walking away with a toddler, because my dad and apparently my Uncle Clark, because I was talking to my Aunt Marcia about this at camp this year, about this photo, both of them decided that this was their summer and they were going to wear Speedos. The year was 1991, probably, and it's not a look I ever want to see on my dad again. We'll just say that. That photo, mildly disturbing. I absolutely, when my dad passes away, because death comes to us all, right? When it happens in the distant future, I will be fishing that photo out. Mark my words, I will be fishing that photo out to put up on one of those memorial boards, because if I had to see it, so does the rest of everybody else who comes to his services. We got a flea market, antique store weekend. You got lots of ponies and some dinos. Let's go, Carrie. Let's go. All right, so I got the sugar in there, and immediately what sugar does is it makes fruit juice. So this is how you start to see the juices form, and this is what you have to determine if it's super soupy or not to understand how much flour to put in. I'm definitely doing at least 2, probably 3 tablespoons to help it gel up. So I'm gonna set that there for a minute because now I need a pinch of salt. The technical measurement for a pinch is 1/8 of a teaspoon if you need to know that. I just guess because I'm not that worried. Give it another stir. And try to I don't know if you can hear it. I don't think you can. I tried to squat down so it would be closer. You can kind of hear the scraping of the sugar on the edges of the bowls. Try to mix it in as much as you can. And then we need a beaten egg. So I am cracking the egg into a separate container. Now, normally when I'm baking like a pie crust, or because there are enriched pie crusts, right? Or if I'm doing cookies or brownies or something and it says 1 egg beaten, I'm not that worried about it. I'll just beat it in the mixer. There are a couple of recipes where I don't do that. This is one of them because it's easier to beat it and mix it than it is to try and fully incorporate it unbeaten and hope that my spoon does that job. So get a little fork out. And I'm just going to see if I can get this so that you can see it. Just breaking the yolk and beating it together. And then this goes in. The egg is part of the holding power of the pie because an egg acts as like a glue, I guess is the best way I can describe it. That's why you put it in meatballs and stuff too, to help hold everything together. And just mix that into your mixture. A binding agent. Thank you, Seamus. I'm gonna go put this in the sink. Getting hungry, guys, and it's not even close to pie time. Okay, so the only thing that should be left now is the flour. Yes. All that's left is the flour, and this is perfect timing for you guys to get back from the ads, because this is the part where you have to feel it out. This is the part where it's like, I can tell you to do 2 to 3 tablespoons, but you really have to just trust your instincts. So this mixture here, I would consider to be soupy. I can push down and it's very runny. It's not super thick. I consider this to be pretty soupy. So I'm going to go with the 3 tablespoons to help it thicken. And I may choose, after the hour that it sits there, to add in a 4th. Because this is kind of how it's going to not be soup in the pie tin, hopefully. So there's 1. There's 2. And there's 3. The amazing thing about flour is a little bit, honestly, does go a long way. It's surprising. And then it's just, mix it in. And you will see that the flour kind of forms granules. It's fine. It is fine. It will bake out. It will meld. But this is our pie innards. It fits in a 9-inch pie crust tin, a little bit more. Honestly, I'm gonna go with my bigger pie plate for this because there's plenty of it. All right. I need to wipe everything off of my hands. The desire to lick my fingers is strong, but that is rude when you're baking. This sets aside. Just gonna set that there. Where did I put my phone? Is it under this? It's under this. Okay, because I need to set an hour. It has to sit for an hour. Timer. 1 hour start. So during this hour, it's gonna allow everything to fully release its juices. It's gonna let things combine and just kind of congeal together. In the meantime, we're gonna work on the pie crust. Rukia, hi, how are you? Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Just scrolling up real quick to make sure I didn't miss anything. Doesn't look like it. Take a moment. Have a little water. It's time for more ibuprofen. I take children's ibuprofen because you can dose it the same, but I also need less, and I don't have to struggle with swallowing the pill. Doing well, Rukia. And I need chapstick. My autoimmune, so I mentioned this at the beginning. I'm going to mention it again. My autoimmune disease is not enjoying the fact that we're having a weather shift from like dry, warm, and sunny to hot, humid, and rainy. And so my legs and my knees and stuff are just bothering me in general. It doesn't matter if I'm sitting, standing, walking, running, swimming, doesn't matter. Joints are bugging me. Ibuprofen is on the table. Crumbs. There's crumbs. It's not anything problematic. We've just had cookies that I baked for camp all out and around, and there's just crumbs. On the pill swallowing, you have to take a damn can. Oh God, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. Like, let me show you guys. It's not like there's any identifying information on pills. This is the biggest pill that I take every day. Yeah, I'll shield it a little bit from the light. And I have to take 2 about that size because there's my little pill case. Again, you can kind of see them in there. Yeah, there you go. I have to take them in applesauce. I can't do it. I can't do it. I have a very strong gag reflex. I choked on a lot of hard candy as a child, and I just cannot swallow pills. So, applesauce. Hi, Everett. How are you? Welcome in. Cut her some slack. She says, shut the fuck up, Seamus. I'm not 8. I might be the size of an 8-year-old height-wise, but I'm not 8. I wish I was still 8. I wouldn't have to pay bills. And I wouldn't be responsible for anything but my dolls. Come on. She's 12, not 8. Josh. Again. Well, actually, I'm too short to be a 12-year-old these days. Have you seen the height of some of these kids? Like, holy fuck. Kids these days are tall. They're like up here. You can't even see. Like this high above me. It's ridiculous. I know on this camera, I appear tall because I'm like at the top of the frame. I'm not that tall. I am 4 foot 11 inches. I am under 5 foot. 5 foot is 60 inches. I don't know how many centimeters that is, but it's not that tall. You're a whole foot taller. Exactly. You would look down at me. I would wonder how much hotter it is up there because you have a whole foot on me. You're 6 foot. Jesus, I am fun size Knivex. I tell people I'm travel size for their convenience, but nobody's taken me up on that offer to, you know, stick me in their luggage. All right, so we need to make a pie crust. We need 3 cups of flour. I am going to use a teaspoon of salt instead of the full 1.5 because, again, salted butter. So some of my salt is in this butter. Don't come to Britain, it's a hellhole. I mean, I'm sure it's fine to visit. 1 cup plus 2 tablespoons of this butter and 6 tablespoons of cold water. So we're gonna start with 3 cups of flour, and I'm going to measure it in this measuring cup because it's less to wash. Parks on the Air activation was chatting with a gentleman in Italy from the middle of the... Yeah, that's true. Seamus brought his ham radio stuff. He brought that with him to camp, and it was very fun. Like, the devil is... I'll take the devil on, okay? I'll take him on, Josh, and I'll win. Because ginger genes. My ginger genetics will win him over. Whoop. Just gently finger the flour into the measuring cup. I said what I said. You heard me correctly. Carefully set it back down on the island. Yeah, that's 2 cups so far. Do not tell Brandy to come here. That would be... I mean, I'm not going to tell Brandy to do anything. Brandy is her own woman. You'd have to run to another country if Brandy came here and you told her this. Oh my God, Josh. Okay, so 2 of our 3 cups going in. Yes, there is a mess. It's fine. Let's finger out some more flour. Come here. Should be a cup. It is indeed 1 cup. Bless you, Seamus. In it goes. Well, I've got this here. She'd get arrested for the fake accent. Yeah, you got like, what, 40 activations in that one day, Seamus? We're just going to put this flour into 44. Damn, I was close. I almost had it. Put it into my flour container. Now, this is my mom's pie crust recipe. It makes 2 crusts. In the instance of a fruit pie, you need both a bottom crust and a lid, so you will use the whole thing for 1 pie. If you're doing like my cream pies, where you don't need a lid, then you get 2 pies out of it. Just gonna shake it down. Defluffify it basically so I have more room. I don't think I'll get the whole bag in there, but I'll get most of it. Yeah, I think that's as much as I dare to get in there. Set that back here for the time being. And then a little swipey swipe to clean this back up. Because while it's fine to make a mess, it's not fine to leave a mess. Clean as you go makes life easier. That's the secret to baking right there. Just clean as you go. Oven temperature and stuff also plays a part, but cleaning as you go will make a big difference. She wants to order something and she came here and said, you're either getting beaten up or ending up in jail or both. Oh, God. Love Brandy. Love her to pieces, but oh, boy. All right, so we need 2 sticks of butter because each one of these sticks is half a cup, so I need 1 cup plus 2 tablespoons. And these, because I know sticks of butter aren't everywhere, these are labeled out. You just slice along them. So I'm going to open 2 of these up. These are a little bit beyond where I would necessarily want them room temperature wise. Because like I can squeeze them, but if I show you up close, you can see it's starting to get like shiny. And that's where it's getting to the point where it's a little too melty to be ideal. But we're just gonna work with it. Baking's going well. I haven't made a strawberry rhubarb pie in years. Like literal years. But I'm excited because I love strawberry rhubarb pie. It is a quintessential summer pie to me, and I must have it in my mouth. So even though I don't have to, I'm going to cut this into chunks. Because now it's soft enough, it should just mix in. But chunks make it easier. More surface area for the flour to stick to immediately. Not the only thing I want in my mouth. Listen. Listen, Josh. I also like ice cream pops in my mouth, okay? That is true. And you don't have to be sorry. This is a spicy chat. We get spicy here. So long as it's all in good fun and it's not some random fuckboy or girl, honestly. Like I'm not gonna say it doesn't happen with women too that actually wants things that are not for sale or up for grabs. That's where you're going with that. I know that's where you were going with that, Josh. It totally didn't have anything to do with Seamus. So I don't get a flour facial here. I'm going to pre-coat the flour with the butter because I need to weigh it down. Otherwise, my mixer is going to spray all of this flour back in my face and I will be whiter than I've ever been before. And I actually have a tan right now. I know I don't look like I have a tan, but I have a ginger tan at the moment. It's true. It's true. Like, let's see. I think you can see the color difference. Maybe if I turn this off. Can you kind of see it? Maybe. Just trust me. There is a color difference. I know, I'm washed out. It is my tan. This is me tanned. It's hard to see because the camera wants to just wash everything out, but really, Seamus can attest to it. I have color. It's from freckles, but I have color. I wore 8,000 pounds of sunscreen so that I only ended up with a small sunburn on my shoulder. And I think that really happened because it was the one day that we were at the beach for a really long time. Like, for the most part, Seamus and I just meandered in the camp reading, and we would get to the beach around 2:30, 3 p.m., and then everybody would start packing up around 4 to get back to their campsite to start making dinner. So we would be on the beach for an hour to an hour and a half. Well, this day, we beat everybody to the beach, and we got there at like noon, noon, something like that. And not only were we on the beach, we took the boat out. I actually went out on the boat twice. I don't think Seamus actually went out on the boat that day, now that I think about it. But anyways, out on the boat twice, hanging out on the beach, and I went out on my brother's jet ski with him and his wife. She has her own, so I rode behind my brother. So on the beach / on the water, and if you know anything about being on the water, you know that it reflects the light back at you. It's even harsher. Reapplied sunscreen once, but I must have missed this shoulder because that's where I got burnt. But I was out from like noon. Didn't get back in the campsite until almost 5:30, 6 o'clock. Like, we were out for a good long while. It was fantastic. I loved every minute of it. Okay. That should be pre-mixed enough that I can actually turn this on. And it's not going to spray me with flour because the flour has a coating of butter. If I'm not transparent, I'm tan facts. It's like, don't go out in the sun. Yeah, ginger people typically try to avoid the sun because we burn like that. 10 a.m. to like 6 p.m., then be on alcohol from 6 p.m. till 3 a.m. Yeah. Yeah. We just can't be bothered to get up that early necessarily. Like, I mean, we do, but we don't. If that makes sense. I need 2 of these tablespoons. I'm just going to slice the packaging here. And I'm going to need pats of butter on the pie itself, but this needs to go back in the fridge because it's getting a little too goopy. So for the moment, this can go back in. A royal we, you're up by 6 a.m. Listen, Seamus. There were a couple days that you slept in, okay? And you made it till like 7:30 before you got out of bed. Old age is catching up to you. You're sleeping in. You're up at the crack of 8 instead of 6 now. Beautiful. It's not splashing back at me. That's all I can ask for. So it's gonna mix the flour and the butter for me. I've got one hair across the bridge of my nose. There we go. Okay, so 1 tablespoon of water is 15 mils. We need 6 of them, which is 90 mils of water. I love this particular set of measuring cups because it has the milliliters on it. So that's actually 3/8 of a cup. So I'm going to do 3 of these instead of 6 of these. I look at pics of your food you put up and I'm like getting my mouth, come across the pond, Josh. It could get in your mouth. All right, so it has to be cold water. So I'm gonna run the faucet for a moment to get it tap cold. Okay. And I'm going to put this in while that's still running. Because I can. And it's easier. That's 1. This will be 2. And then 1 more for 3. Which will be my 6 tablespoons or 3/8 of a cup. Now, could I have done a 1/4 cup and an 1/8 of a cup measure? Sure could. But by only using 1 and making 1 extra trip, I only have 1 to let dry. It's an aim of mine to visit American friends. Josh, that would be amazing. All right, this is starting to clump, so I'm gonna put it up to higher speed just to give it a moment to really incorporate everything together. That's good. You don't want to overwork pie crust. But look at how beautiful and supple that is. Like, it's just, it's so nice. But you can see there's like little bits of butter. So I'm just going to push this out of the whisk attachment and I will hand knead the rest of it together. It's cut through well enough. And like I said, I don't want to overbeat it because you can overwork pie crust and then it gets kind of tough. Anyways, as I was saying, the agreement I have made with all of my friends is if you come to me, if you come here and I don't have to travel, I will bake you whatever you want out of my recipe books that I can make. There are very few exceptions. So those exceptions include my really complicated Christmas cookies. So bonbons, Iwans, which you guys haven't seen the Iwans yet. You will this year, probably. So bonbons, Iwans, the candy canes, and the chocolate crinkles are all too much of a pain in the ass. They are a single time of the year only item. But aside from that, really, there isn't much that I won't make on a whim for visiting friends. Have to have some boundaries, but yeah, you come to me, you can have your pick. Depending on how long you're staying, you might get multiple picks. Because like if you're here for 2 weeks, I can make you 2 items. I tend to only do 1 item of baking a week. So there's that for what it's worth. I did. I had to think for a moment if I had actually put the extra 2 tablespoons in there. I'm literally like your mom. I've said this before. I identify as a 90-year-old grandma who must always have a full cookie jar at this point in time in my life. All right, so I am just sticking all of the dough together. So I have 1 dough ball, and this is how I'm gonna knead it. I'm literally just folding it in my hands. That's it. And I'm trying to make it so that the butter is evenly throughout it and not in clumps, because the butter will do that. That's all. That's all I want. So you might be able to see. me see if I can shade it enough from the window. There is, up here, there's like a shiny bit right here of, yeah, you can see I can move my finger through it. It's actually butter, where the butter hasn't fully incorporated. Someday I will have an even better baking setup, and we won't have the blown out brights. But yeah, no, for camping, we left Monday, so Sunday, I slammed out in approximately 5 hours, 30 dozen cookies, 31 dozen cookies to take with me. Because that is a tradition my mom started, that we would have a ton of cookies up at camp, and I do not want to let that tradition go. Okay, I think that'll do for the butter incorporation. Set that back in the bowl. So I made snickerdoodles, chocolate chip, and peanut butter cookies for camp. We still have some. The peanut butter are continuing to sit in their bin because peanut butter will contaminate the flavor of all other cookies, and the chocolate chip and snickerdoodle are in my cookie jar. So I am maintaining my identity as a 90-year-old grandmother who must have a full cookie jar. My cookie jar is full. It has to be. That's how it has to be. Most of the cookies did get eaten or given away up at camp, but not all. So some came home. And if you're in Discord, I typed about this, I talked about this in there, but the reason why I made so many cookies is because we had, hang on, I gotta do the math again, it was myself and Seamus, my brother and his wife, my aunt and uncle, my cousins who are married with their 2 kids, that's 10, my cousins who aren't married with their 1 kid, so 13 of us minimum up there, plus any visitors. That's a lot of people. It's a lot of people who are going to eat cookies, and there were visitors. We constantly had people coming and going and hanging out with us and stuff, so I provided all the cookies for everybody. When I would go as a kid, there were easily twice as many of us, and my mom did bake like twice as many cookies for camp over the course of maybe 2 days. It's just what we did. It's just what we did. But who eats the cookies from the cookie jar? I eat the cookies from the cookie jar. Wazo, welcome in. Hello, how are you? Hello, Nova, welcome in. How are you? Bubbly, hi. How are you? All the friends are showing up. So we've got 33 minutes on the clock for our pie filling. I need to pull out a pie plate. I want my bigger one. Ugh. And it's on the bottom. Hold, please. This is gonna take me a minute. Who is Pamela and Eric? Wedding in 2015. That has everything to do with Seamus and nothing to do with me. Into the drawer where the koozies go. Ugh. Oh God, there we go. I'm up. I'm standing. This is a 9.5-inch pie plate, so it's half an inch bigger than I technically need. But with this much juicy stuff, I think it's worth it. Seamus ate the cookies from the cookie jar. Seamus also eats the cookies from the cookie jar. This is true, Bubbly. Hubby's been gone with his friends for almost 7 hours. Is this the first time you guys have been super apart since you got married, Bubbly? What the heck is stuck on the bottom? I'm not sure, but I'm gonna give this a little rinsey poo, because I haven't used this pie plate in at least 6 years. So I just want to make sure it's good and clean. Nobody wants to eat from a dirty pie plate. Least of all me. Because that'd be gross. This is totally not an excuse to stand in front of the air conditioner. Totally. But no, really, I don't want to eat from a dirty pie plate. Or a dusty one. Soap? I didn't even consider this when I was getting ready to bake, that I might need to or want to rinse the pie plate. I think what's stuck on this is pie overflow from the last time I baked with it. Probably. Definitely doesn't look like anything besides that. Ah. Much better. I'll rinse, or I'll dry that off in just a second. Just want to rinse my sponge out. I know you can kind of see. You can kind of see things. Yeah, we're getting those nice gray rain clouds. I can only hope that maybe we get a thunderstorm. I like thunderstorms. I think they're good fun. But I also grew up not being afraid of them, because they happened frequently when I was a kid and would knock the power out for days. That's right, not hours, days. Days of no power. Days of candlelight, using water that you ran into the bathtub to flush the toilet, because when you have a well and the power's out, the well pump doesn't work. So you don't have any water pressure to run the faucets and stuff. No TV, just, you know, hanging out outside. Because once the storm passes, just waiting for the power company to come and restore power. And we were not a priority. We were a very small town. So just days of no power. And actually, it's really funny. We had to buy our own, because I can't find my parents' original one. I have it. But we had a gas stove, and so I can remember using one of these in our house to make toast for breakfast or a bagel, because the gas stove still works when you don't have power. Even if it won't spark, even if the igniter doesn't work, a little match in there, poof, you got flame. You can cook. Pie Overflow is your new band name? Oh my goodness, yeah. Yeah, all the time. All the time. Rhubarb used to be called pie plant in some locals. I did not, Wazo. It's not, I don't like being alone for so long. Oh, okay, that's fair, Bubbly. All the hugs for you. Understandable. Nivex managed to not get eaten alive by Dova. It's a miracle. Bubbly, you're streaking! You're streaking! Get this out of my way over here. I don't need the salt any. I didn't add salt to the pie crust, but again, it's salted butter. YOLO, we're fine. I'm not gonna worry about it. It just suddenly dawned on me. I will potentially need that. Just moving stuff so that I have space to roll my pie crust out. So, like I said, this makes 2 crusts. One for the bottom, and in this case, one for the top. Now, when you do the top of the pie crust for a fruit pie, you have to make vents for the steam to escape, and you can do this in 3 methods. The method that I am most familiar with is you just lay it down over the top, and then you use your knife and you just slice it. Make a pretty pattern with a star or something, with lines, whatever you want. You usually just do an X. You come in towards the center, don't actually puncture the center. You're good to go. You have vents, the steam can escape. Seal it down around the edges with fork, you're good. Method number 2 that has become popular in more recent years is to make a design on the top. Now, you can do this with cookie cutters and cut out shapes or whatever. You can freehand it and cut out some really intricate floral design or some stuff. I'm not that talented with the freehanding. I've tried it. I'm not that talented. And a lot of people, when they use the cookie cutters, they'll take the pieces that they cut out and then they'll put it somewhere else on the pie crust. So you get this like multi-layered pretty thing. Again, it opens it up. It allows it to vent. The third method, and I think one of the more commonly seen but not commonly done methods, is the one that I want to try today, and that's doing the weaving. So you cut strips and you weave them like a basket on the top. You got Burger King? Hell yeah. Nice. So I've never tried to do the basket weave method, but I love how it looks and I want to give it a shot. So that's what we're going for today. Yeah, a lattice crust. Yep. So first things first. 23 minutes on the clock. I need my wax paper. I have a cheater method. That is not wax. That's aluminum foil. There's the wax paper. I have a cheater method that I like. And it's putting 2 pieces of wax paper down to use to insulate both the island and my rolling pin from the pie crust itself. And I know if I go like edge to edge, it's roughly the same size as my pie plate. Set that there. I'm gonna try. Yeah, Hera's wandering around. She's down at my feet right now. She's about to show up over there. Or are you? Are you gonna make a liar out of me, little girl? Yeah, she is. Hera. She's off to get a bite to eat. Okay. So I'm gonna set that one over that. Not quite as big as I'd like, but big enough. We're gonna roll it out nice and thin. I'm just estimating how much is half and half. I could weigh this. I could. I'm eyeballing it. Because here's the thing. After I roll it out and I put it on there, I'm gonna trim it And anything extra is just gonna go into the bowl with the other stuff. I'm giving it a little bit of a squeeze to bring it more or less together into one solid ball. Try to get most of the little cracks out of it. Seamus is giving out kisses to chat. Spicy! Seamus is always spicy. Seamus flirts with my aunt because he can, and it's funny. My aunt... It's so weird. So when you grow up with your family members, obviously, like when you're a kid, they treat you like a kid. But then they eventually shift to treating you like an adult. And there's just that weirdness of you've spent like 20 years of your life with them behaving in one manner. And now it's only been 16 years of my life-ish where they're behaving in a different manner because we haven't seen them as much in my adult life as I did as my child life. My aunt literally told me that if the camper ain't rocking, the sex isn't good enough today. Or not today, but like this vacation. And I was just like, whew, that is not what I was expecting to come out of your mouth. Marble rolling pin for the weight. Same way with you as the youngest child, yeah. Yup. Oh my god, it was so funny. She told that to Seamus too. I forget in what context. Why this even came up. The stabilizers maybe we were talking about. I don't remember. But it definitely is one of those things that just kind of takes you by surprise because you're like, that is not what I expected my aunt to say to me. Just coming around to the fire to have a beer and shoot the shit, and here she is telling me that I need to have raucous sex in the camper. But I do remember my mom telling us kids that the number one thing she had to be on the lookout for with my aunt and my uncle when we were working on having the addition put onto the house was that they didn't christen the house before my parents. It's like one of those things. I definitely have a very sex positive family, even if my mom was a little bit of a prude. We didn't hear that. Was a little bit of a prude about, you know, things when we were kids. Once we became adults, it was no hold barred. But as kids, we just didn't talk about those things necessarily. Outside of my mom reminding my sister and I that in this day and age, there is absolutely no reason to end up with an unwanted pregnancy. And what she meant was there's plenty of methods of birth control between condoms and the pill and IUDs and so on and so forth, plus Plan B. And it wasn't that she was telling us not to have sex, even though that's what she would prefer. But just, you know, not under her roof. It was that if you're going to do it, be safe about it. Don't be stupid. Don't be a statistic, essentially. So yeah, no. Sex positive family and not what I was expecting to hear around the campfire all of a sudden. Oh, this works so nice to roll this out. Seamus got me this rolling pin for my birthday. I love it. Back up in its holder. Is a pro Targaryen homestead, so flirting with aunties is totally fine. Probably don't do that in... was like, all right, gears. And said he probably was bubbly. He probably was, because this is Seamus we're talking about. Gonna peel that off and set it up here. I am very grateful, honestly, that I grew up with the people around me that I did, because it made things easier to not feel judged. And I'm just I'm letting it release. I'm not actually pulling it off. So gravity's doing the work here. And then we're just going to tease the pastry into place. This is a baked pie, so you do not have to par bake the pie crust. I am just kind of, I'm literally using the suppleness of the dough to tease it out to the edges. So I estimated it really well. Because this, and it's probably also, since I'm using a bigger pie plate than I normally do with my pie crust, this fits nicely. It's a little thin in areas, but that's not a problem. Like, thinness is not an issue. It's just gonna make a nice, light, crispy, flaky pie crust because it is made with butter. Okay, so that's the first part. Where am I at for the second part? 14 minutes. We have 14 minutes before we're done with the juicing part. So I have 14 minutes of just essentially waiting around. I don't want to roll this out just yet. I mean, I could get it rolled and start it, but you can see this is not nearly as soupy. It's a little thicker. I think I do want one more tablespoon though of flour. Just one more. And I'm gonna mix that in. Because like, these things can be very, very soupy. Plop it in. This is totally, this part of how much flour do I add to make my pie not soup is trial and error. The more you work with these kinds of pies, of which I have not worked with them as much as other kinds of pies, the better a feel for it you get. It's never going to look completely not soupy. I'm just going by the feel of it. Will I lick this spoon after I get everything poured in? Absolutely, I will. I could do a cornstarch slurry, yes, but this particular recipe, the way it was taught to me, does not use a cornstarch slurry. So since I've already added in plenty of flour, at this point we're at 4 tablespoons. I am not going to add cornstarch in on top of it, because I don't want to overdo it. I definitely don't want to make something that's too solid either, if that makes sense. Got some air bubbles to let out of the edge of my pie crust here. I'm just seeing them from where I've pressed it down. Maybe perhaps a little too good. There we go. That'll do. Potato pies? I've never had, well, shepherd's pie probably doesn't count as a potato pie, so I've never had a, yeah, I've never had a potato pie before. I'd be willing to try one, because potatoes are delicious. Oh, speaking of delicious and looking at the catnip on my tablecloth, I have another hilarious story for you guys. So we went to pick up the camper from our friends, and before we got there, before we headed up there, I think it was the same day, we had stopped by my dad's house. I forget what we needed to pick up, probably just camping gear out of the bus, honestly. So we did it all in one trip because my dad's was on the way to where we were going, and it was easier to stop before we had the camper attached. Because my dad's driveway, it goes down and in, and it would have just been a nightmare. So we stopped by, and my sister-in-law hands us a bag of catnip that one of the neighbors had grown and had given to my dad when he had cats, but all of the cats have since passed in his house, and he was insisting that she make sure we take this Ziploc baggie of catnip with us for our cats. So we said, sure, no problem, it's all good, you know. It just take it with us. And we get up to our friend's house, and we're just sitting and chilling with them on top of like going to pick up the camper. We were like, we're in no rush, they're in no rush. So we sat for a couple of hours, had a drink, shot the shit, all good. We go to get ready to leave. We're doing the final check, and Seamus walks up to his car door, which he had left open, and a cat bolts out. Their cat had smelled the catnip through the plastic baggie, gone into his truck, and had chewed a hole in the bag to get to the catnip that was just hanging out on his center console. It was so funny. It was so funny. And the cat's name is Cleopatra, and she has an attitude to match. It was hilarious. I love me a good potato lentil sambusa from an Indian. Oh my god, yeah. They are really good. They are really good, Dova. That's my catnip you're stealing, right, Bubbly? Cleopatra, that's right. Cleopatra. Cleocatnip, that's right. That's right. Absolutely it was. Oh, she's a riot. She's a riot of a cat. Our friends are just good people. The wife was mortally embarrassed that her cat had gotten into Seamus's vehicle, and we were like, it's fine. We're just glad we noticed before we, I don't know, drove away with your cat in the truck. Because that would have been bad. That would have been a problem. Gonna have your catnip here in about 2-ish hours or so? Hell yes, Dova. Hell yes. You enjoy that. You enjoy that elevation, friend. We are at 6 o'clock. We've got 7 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock for this. Ads are coming up in like 30 seconds. You're not gonna miss anything. I'm actually gonna pull a chair up for the last 7 minutes and sit my ass down for a second. Yeah. Because I can do that while we wait. And I should do that. So let me just tilt this like so. We'll have a little sit down. I will move closer so that I'm not in frame. Oh, yeah, getting off of my feet for a moment. Very important. And this is one of the things, I'm not gonna lie, I've wanted to share this recipe with you guys for a while now. And this is the part where I was like, I don't know how this would flow. I don't know how I would share this when we have to let this sit for an hour And obviously the pie crust doesn't take me that long. Hydrate, you got it, Nova. The 5-year-olds are going off to kindergarten in 2 weeks and you're just like, sadness. Oh my goodness, bubbly. Yeah. Yeah, we're already back to school time. We're already back to school time. Hi, Hera. You want... Listen, I can do this. Come here. Right up. Hi. Hi, baby. I know you're not supposed to pet animals, but I can wash my hands again. Oh, Smeagol, are you jealous? Are you jealous that she came first into my lap? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, are you talking to me, Hera? Are you talking to me? Big yawn, Smeagol. Like a Peasy Bob? I don't know what kind of a cat that is. They do love some butter, frankly. That is true. Pixie Bob, gotcha. She's a cat, a domestic short hair. You want to come up next, Smeagol? He's staring at me like you are a terrible person. You can't type. Listen, I can't speak, so we're a match made in heaven. We are a match made in heaven. Excuse me, skirt. Oh, skirt felt so good today because it's hot and humid. So I definitely posted this in Discord, but I'm going to share it again here because she's a North American short hair bitch. Oh, Seamus. Because there's a funny story that goes along with it at this point. Oddly enough, ironically, normally I start these streams around 2 p.m. Eastern Standard, and up until about 4 days before we left camp, I was still planning to start this stream at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then my cousin was looking at Facebook and saw that a close family friend had lost her father. And the services were today. Dova, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. Your family had a cat who had the same patterns. Oh, I got you, bubbly. So the services were from noon to 3. It's a half an hour one way. So even if I got there right for noon, I was not going to be back between getting there, speaking with the family and everything, giving my condolences. I wasn't gonna be back until minimum, earliest, 12:45. On top of that, I wanted to get my strawberries today. We ended up using more butter than I would have expected in the last few days, last couple weeks between the cookie baking and camp. So I needed to pick up another pound of butter, and I wanted some bananas to make smoothies with. So I had to make a really quick grocery store run, which adds on to the time. So now I'm looking at not getting home until like 1:30. And I was like, could I slap a stream together in 30 minutes and be ready to go live? Sure. Do I want to slap a stream together and be ready to go in 30 minutes? No. And it's a good thing that I postponed it to 4 because I woke up and realized I needed to shower. It took me a little longer to get going today because I am having the aches and pains with my autoimmune disease because of the weather. And I was grateful to get back and not have to rush into it. And then I found that the tablet didn't have a charge. So the funny story about the funeral itself, the wake. I enter, I say my condolences, and who is standing there but my high school Spanish teacher, because I already knew from a previous family reunion after I had gotten out of high school that she was distantly related because her husband is a distant cousin of my mom's. I did not realize that she knew the family as well, and I was not expecting to run into her at the services. So it was kind of like, well, you do tend to run into people you don't see very often at these things, but this is not how I expected it. It was so funny. It was so funny. I love those kind of coincidences, even if it's not under the best of circumstances, right? It's just one of those things. All right, we got 1.5 minutes on the clock. I am going to real quick wash my hands because I did pet a cat, you know. Hello, A. Axel. You did a rebrand for your art. Nice, welcome back. How are you doing? I am doing good. I just need to give my hands a little rinsey rinse because my cat demanded my attention while we were waiting for the stuff to finish its 1 hour sit. So since I pet a cat and I don't need to be putting cat fur into what I'm working on, give my hands a rewash. Oh yeah, if we don't get at least a rain shower, if not a storm tonight, I will be so surprised. Because it is darkening up outside. It is darkening up. All right, we got 20 seconds. I'm gonna delete that so the timer doesn't go off. So, here's our pie. I'm going to trade spots for a moment. I'm also going to turn the overhead light on because the light is shifting to that extent outside. So that I have, like, I know this blows it out a little bit, but I was having trouble seeing. Deep Rock Galactic, Wizard with a Gun, Dungeons of Hindenburg, Ultros, all DLCs for Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 76, Chernobyl Light Premium Edition, I love Vampire Survivors and Stalker Remastered Trilogy. Come back home from visiting your grandparents for 3 days. Nice! Vampire Survivors is my, like, comfort game. If I can't sleep, that's what I play so that I can sleep. So literally all of this into here. Yeah, this is definitely between a 9 and a 9.5 inch. I could have probably gotten away with a 9-inch pie tin with tall sides, but here's the thing, my 9-inch pie tins do not have taller sides. So this would have, like, been super maxing it out. I'll take a little bit of extra pie crust to not be slopping this onto the floor. Now I can lick the spoon. That's so good. That is so good. Strawberry rhubarb remains top 3 easily. Easily. So good. Lemon meringue, chocolate cream, and strawberry rhubarb are my 3 favorite pies. Without fail. All right, so this is gonna come over here. We're gonna try to do lattice work, to do the woven pie crust for the lid. Oh my gosh, the emotes are so cute. I love the bongo ones. I really do. I got water under this watch. Hold on. Hold please, it's bothering me. That's better. Josh, thank you for the resubscription. 35 freaking months. You're almost at 3 years. Do you realize that you're almost at 3 years? You've been putting up with me for almost 3 freaking years. That's insane. That's crazy. Yep, next month that you subscribe, whether that's actually next month or one in the future, because I will never assume your financial situation, will be your 3-year mark. The other way around, I've been putting up with you for 3 years, nonsense. Once again, I'm just trying to get the cracks to, because you can see like when I squeeze it, they're opening up. I'm just trying to get them more or less to settle together. Okay, I think we can both agree, Josh, it's Brandy who we've been putting up with for 3 years. Am I right? Am I right? Nah, we love Brandy. We also love picking on Brandy. Now this needs to be relatively square. Even though it's going to be latticed onto a round thing, you want it to be somewhat squared off, to my knowledge, because you just want to cut strips and then shape them as needed. That bish. That bish. And she's not even here to defend herself. Womp womp. It's almost like she has a job that happens in the evening or something. Imagine. Imagine. I also love the wax paper trick because I can just easily spin things. You have a chronic illness from Lyme disease and mold and this. Ooh, that's rough. Welcome in, Darlene Yayo. Did I say that right? How are you today? Hopefully you're doing well. We are baking today. We are baking today. Because nothing says make me feel better like fresh pie. Or cookies. Or cake. Or brownies. Man, I have options. Imagine working nights, right, Josh? Imagine. It's definitely not me, because if I worked nights with my job, I would get all of the super creepy clients. Not that I don't already get people trying to be creepy clients, but I would definitely get creepy clients if I did that. Massage therapy is not the industry to be in if you want to be a third shift worker. And I'm not even going to entertain the, or maybe it is, because I do have such a problem with people contacting me for problematic services and assuming the wrong things about the industry and what I do. You haven't been feeling well? I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully things look up for you soon. We are in that time of the year. I'm not sure where you live, but I'm assuming, and I know it's not a good idea to assume, but I am assuming you are in the States somewhere, and we are in the weather shifting, making problems time of year. So hopefully you and I both have better days ahead of us, because I know we've got crazy weather patterns here today, and it's lit my autoimmune bullshit up. That's what ibuprofen is for. Huzzah! You wouldn't survive night shift? You're an early bird through and through? Yeah. Yeah, the creepy ones. Yup. I actually did have somebody straight up ask me in a message if he booked a massage with me if it came with a happy ending, and my only response was never contact me again. I am pretty nocturnal, but I function better if I get up in the morning, like if I'm not nocturnal. How weird is that? I want to stay up late, and I do a good job of staying up late, but if I stay up late and then can't get up in the morning, my mental health just goes to shit. Okay, so here's the thing. This fits right over my pie. So now I just have to cut strips, straight strips to lattice. Am I going to measure them? No. This is excess. If I need it, I'll use it. I am eyeballing this. Because this is a homemade pie and it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm not entering it into any contests. I am just giving it a shot. And I'm hoping that this is enough. I really should have watched a tutorial video on this, honestly. But, trial by fire. That'll do. Symptoms do I have? So I get sore joints. I get just brain fog and general fatigue. Every now and then I get, how do I even describe it? Like bone aches. And that could actually be old Oshkosh Schlatters coming back to hit me in the shins, but that does happen. Low libido, screwed up menstrual cycle. I get the whole 9 yards because I have Hashimoto's thyroiditis. So my thyroid is not playing nice with others. Namely, my body itself. Okay, I'm gonna start right in the middle. Some of these are a little bit longer than I need. So I might actually be able to cross. Okay, that one's gonna need to be over towards the side. That'll fit. So the way I understand this is you get your pieces laid out. Can I get away with this one over here? I can. And then you weave in your next pieces. So peel this back, set this down, and then it goes over and under and over. And I need a hair extra, which I do have on here. So I'm just going to take a little slice, and I'm gonna do a little moldy mold. 'Cause again, it doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to work. I am the YouTube tutorial, right? Let's use this one next. So now we have to start out by being under. So I'm gonna lift this back, and I'm gonna lift this back, and I'm gonna lift this back. The nice thing about pastry is that you can do this. And then set it down. Set it down. And set it down. And then this one and this one come back. And this piece. I may have been able to put more pieces on here, but I'm not worried about having extra, because I will attach it to the ends of these that are gonna need it, which I can see a couple of them. the middle one back and the side one back, and we'll use this piece. It's so cute. Honestly, I don't dislike that look. It's big and open, but beautiful steak and kidney pies. Hello, welcome in LPS. How are you? Menstrual cycles come too late and sometimes, yeah. Yep, it's rough, but you make do with what you can. You make do with what you can, Darlene. At least that's how I work it. Okay, and then I'm gonna take a little snippet from here so that I can attach it onto this. And I'm just gonna pinch them together, so thereabouts, so that makes it all the way to the edge, just like I wanted this one to make it all the way to the edge. This one needs a little bit. It helps if I use the sharp side of the knife. Just saying. And that ought to do it. That's not a bad looking pie, if I do say so myself. Because again, I need steam vents, so I don't want to cram this all right up against each other. But dipped in sugar, guilty pleasure of yours? I have not done that. But I can see how that would be tasty. This is not quite. We're gonna just pick this up. Really pinch this down and out. There we go. There we go. I'm really proud of myself. I've never done this before. I had the basic idea. I suppose I could put 2 little ones in at the very end. Nope, I cut that too short. Let's cut this one in half. See if that's enough. Yeah, I can stretch that. You got bitten by a tick. Ooh, 2013, yeah. I am lucky that the ticks I've been bitten by were not Lyme disease carrying ones. Over, under, over, oops, under, give it a little tug, over, just to, you know, finish off the side, because these feel a little bit long. Screw it, I have plenty of dough here. We're just going to use the long one. Flip it back. Flip it back and flip it back. Set that down right there. To come here. To come here. Yeah, that looks just a little bit nicer. Okay, trimming. And then we're gonna secure it. And once I have trimmed it, I'm gonna set the oven to start preheating because it needs to preheat to 400 Fahrenheit, which is approximately 200 Celsius. And we're gonna cook it at that temperature for 30 minutes. And then at the 30-minute mark, you drop it to 375 Fahrenheit or approximately 180, I think, no, 190 Celsius. I had to think about that for a minute. I just did the conversion last night for the Discord where I keep the recipe. Just gonna make a little pile of this. This is one of my nicest pie doughs. This is so supple and easy to work with. Holy smokes. Keep thinking you get bit by vampires at night. You must have had a glorious vintage. Oh my goodness, right? Right? Okay, real fast, I'm gonna set my oven to preheat to 400. Oven light on so I know that I turned it on from a distance. Then I need a fork again. So all I'm doing is I'm placing the fork down to make an impression, sliding it out because it's giving it a spot to adhere to. That's it. That's what I'm doing. Impression, press, slide, squeeze it together. Impression, press, slide, squeeze it together. And then I have to do this on both parts. So this has to stick to its top piece, and then these both have to stick to the pie crust below. If you really have a dry dough, if it's being a little crumbly, you can add water. You can dip your fork in water, you can pat water on it before you really secure it down, but that'll help you to get it to be secure. Don't be afraid to really push on this part to blend it in. And I think one of my favorite parts about a lidded pie is that it doesn't shrink as much. So this is going to roughly stay this same size even after it bakes, because the lid's going to help hold it in place. And I think that is fantastic. Squeezy, squeezy. Crazy guy, hello, welcome in. It's absolutely amazing going to be lurking in the background. You're always the best cook. I try, crazy guy. Thank you for the compliment. I try my hardest. I'm actually gonna put the bottom piece in first because this one comes over on top here. Let's get it all nice and stuck down in there. You know what I just realized I should probably put on my wish list for Christmas this year? A pie shield. Just something to put around the edge so that it doesn't darken quite as much. You can do it with tin foil. I'm just too lazy to do it with tin foil, I'll be honest. I'm too lazy. Same thing, I'm gonna do the bottom part first this time because the top part actually comes across it so nicely. And this is where I started. So we're almost there. I've almost got everything placed down. You know what maybe I'll do for the top of this? I think maybe I'll do an egg wash. I haven't done one of those in a minute. It's been a little while since I've egg washed anything. I don't typically bother with it. Okay. The bottom piece. And then the top piece, and then smush it on down. Yep, and these ones I've already done. So there it is, I've gone around the whole thing. You do not have to press each and every individual part together. That's not the point. You just need to secure the edges. Is it the most beautiful lattice work you've ever seen in your life? No. Nope. Is it lattice work? Yes. It's my first one. Looks like I've done this 100+ times perfection. Dova, you are too kind. This is my very first lattice work. And I mean, I will always be my own worst critic. There is that too. I'm so impressed with my pie dough this time. I'm really, really impressed with just how beautifully supple it is. And I mean, if I really wanted to, I could roll this out and come around and put an edge on it and make like a really thick, with like 3 C's thick edge so that you don't see any of this. I could. I'm not going to, but I could, because I have the extra. Just gonna plop that in there. Set that up there, set that up there. Move this out of the way. Set this here. Because the oven is still preheating. That thick edge. I could bubbly, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna leave my edge the way it is and let my little imperfections sit here where the crust is pressed down. Although, maybe. Fangs, hello, welcome in. How are you? Fangs is a wizard in the virtual kitchen with the plates of upping. Because I could roll this out and ring this. Thank you, Fangs. What do you think? Should I? Should I? Why not? We got time. We got time, we got dough. Pastry, technically. I just need one long strip. And then I'll slice it down. So here's how we're going to achieve that. I'm going to have to set that down so that I can work with my hands. Fold it on itself. Roll it out again. Give it a gentle spiral, then loop it around. I mean, I could also give it a gentle spiral. That is true, Dova. The main thing here, I'm actually going to go corner to corner to give myself more wax paper, is to get it long. Oven's preheated. I had a feeling it would be soon. I just heard the like broiler pan do the ping thing. I'm sure you guys understand what I'm talking about. Okay. Do that. And then I'm going to use my knife again. I can pick it up. Put those in the center. This is literally just to protect the rolling pin thumb. That will mesh them together quite nicely without doing the fork method. I don't know if I can get the spiral. But I can certainly coax this all the way around. Or I think all the way around. I'm just gonna have to give it a little tug as I go. Not all the way around. I would have swore I had moved that out enough. Let's give it more of a tug. Like I said, this is very supple. See how far I can get it to go. Close enough. Close enough. That'll be a nice thick bit of crust at the edge. I'm just gonna pat it together. This I'm not worrying about with the fork. Just pressing it down and in with my fingers. Does kind of bring it all together, doesn't it? I think I'm glad that I actually opted to do this. Yeah. That looks good. That looks really good. I forgot my pats of butter on the inside. Oh well. Again, not gonna cry about it. It will be fine. I could still technically put some little bits in the vents. I think I'll do that. Claire Saffitz, we don't know her. Oh my gosh, Dova, you're too kind. You're too kind. I put the butter back in the fridge and just space cased it. I was so intrigued by doing the lattice, but there is a method to get it in there regardless. And it's just called smaller pats because I've got these little vent holes that I can get it into. God, I love Claire Saffitz. She is such an iconically wonderful YouTube personality for baking. Yes, this is the right side. So I'm just gonna make a slice. Do as I say, not as I do. Actually, no, I'm not gonna try cutting this in my hand. And I am just going to make these into tinier cubes so that I can do this. These are going to melt. So this is not an issue. Obviously, you would expect them to melt. It's going into a 400-degree oven. So I'm literally just tucking them in under the pastry. There is no correct or incorrect amount of pats of butter. You just put them at various points across the pie. I am going to egg wash it. Yep, I will grab that egg in just a moment. Because the egg wash is what's going to make it nice and golden brown instead of pale golden. I'm just correcting my forgetfulness. It's not a mistake, it's just forgetfulness. There we go. Now there's pats of butter. Dr. Fakeltrip, thank you for gifting Doba that sub. Welcome in, how are you? It's been a minute. Yeah, cubes of butter all over the pie holes, that's right. That's right. These couple little extra pieces of butter. Just gonna stick to the top of this. Not gonna hurt anything. Just eating dinner and watching before you hop back on Star Citizen. Oh, you're still on the Star Citizen grind, are you? Come on, fold back in. I know you can do it, butter. There we go. So this can go in the fridge and I can grab an egg. I can grab an egg if I can open the egg container. You can also sprinkle a little extra sugar on the top of the pie. I've opted not to because when I tasted it on the spoon, it was already very sweet. So I don't feel like it needs a little extra for sprinkling. Little bowl. How did you get diabetes? Well, you see, of course, Tova, you've had that for a little while now. I think I gave that to you probably 3 or 4 months ago. It's okay that you didn't notice. You're just always here. And I like to give my pink diamonds, my limited pink diamonds, to the people who are like literally always here as I pay attention and notice that. And we need a little water in with the egg wash to thin it. And we're gonna scramble it. You're welcome. You're not big dumb, you just, it blends in with your name, honestly. You're the pink diamond and your name are almost the same color. Okay, there is our scrambled egg. I need my pastry brush, which should be in this drawer. There it is at the bottom, of course. And you don't wear your glasses at your home computer, that's fair. Turd by your name, not your oven, but just sometimes chill here. If I could give you a turd by your name, Dr. Fecal Drip, I would give you a turd by your name. Unfortunately, I'm limited by Twitch's machinations. We're just going to literally brush this with egg. That's all an egg wash is. I suppose if I don't want to get this all over my lovely island, I will actually pick this up. And I'm trying to be as gentle as I can to not get too much of the juices up over the top, but you know, it is what it is. Again, this is home baking. I'm not trying to win any grand prizes. I'm not selling this to somebody for their wedding. I'm going to be eating this and then it will be poop in the toilet. Like, doesn't have to be spectacular. I say this as much for my own sake as everybody else's. You want a boner next to your name? Oh my gosh, Bubbly. That's funny. Gosh, if we could do that, Seamus would need a goat next to his since he's a horny old goat. So saith he himself. He'll tell you that if you ask him. And over the fire. Oh, God. Yeah, exactly, Dova. Exactly. Let them juices flow free. I don't think I've missed any spots. It all looks pretty well egg washed. Beautiful. Excellent. All right. Next pro tip. Hope it turns out fantastic, but just from the caregiving, it sure will be killer. Aw, thank you. I do love to bake. I do love to bake, and I do take pride in the level of skill I have obtained without ever having taken a class in baking in my life. So another pro tip, use a cookie sheet. Because even though this is not full to the brim, even though it kind of has like a concave going on about it, it could still boil and bubble over. So rather than get your entire oven sticky, a cookie sheet, a flat, basic cookie sheet with some tin foil so that you also maybe don't have to wash this damn thing, will save you a lot of headache. And you don't even have to use good tin foil for this. This box of tin foil, this is the shit. Like 99-cent roll of tin foil. We bought this tin foil not for baking moments like this, but because our cat Smeagol likes tinfoil balls. They are like his favorite toy, and I am not going to use the heavy-duty Reynolds tinfoil for a cat toy. The stuff that, you know, costs like $5 for the roll because it's super non-stick and everything. Yeah, no. My cat, I love him. He's not that special. So this will hopefully be enough to keep any seepage, boil over out of the oven, off of the tray itself. Can be fun. Gotta go grind though. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for stopping in, Dr. Fecal Drip. You were gonna do a fun thing before you dip? A pie crust cover? I do not, Shork TX. Welcome in. Welcome in. So yeah, this is gonna go into the oven, and then I will be meeting you guys. Dr. Fecal Drip, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the community. I appreciate that. You started a friggin' hype train. WTF, sir. WTF. Congratulations. And thank you for getting a sub to Missy G, ZRKD, Selling Sunset, Night Lord Nick, and the Gentle Jester. Oh, you got Bolden. Let's go. You're good at starting those. You, sir, are a legend, and I appreciate you. You work for King Arthur? This is my baby. I love King Arthur's flour. I used to just be a general any flour will do person, and then I found King Arthur, and I was like, any flour will not do. All right, let me put this in the oven real fast, and I'll be right back over to you guys. And I'll be right back over. You can still hear me, you just can't see me. Into my 400-degree oven. Ugh. For 30 minutes, and then we'll knock it down to 375 Fahrenheit. So let me put that. Wake up, phone, I need the timer. 0 30 start. Beautiful. Yeah, I love King Arthur's flour. I love the castor sugar. It's so good. You are already subbed, Bubbly. Probably from last month, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's impossible to go back now that I've tried this. It just, so King Arthur flour, I didn't think it was possible, but it's a better sift. I feel like it makes a better cookie, which means it's got to have a different protein content and better cakes and stuff. And I'm pretty sure I also have your cake flour sitting up on my baker's rack. I'm just looking over there right now. Between King Arthur and Bob's Red Mill, I have all of the cool specialty flours. Because for a little while I had a sourdough starter and I was feeding it spelt flour from Bob's Red Mill. And Bob's Red Mill also makes the 1-to-1 flour replacement for gluten-free baking, because I had a friend with celiacs. And that's what she recommended based on what she uses. So freaking good too. You love them. Also employee. Yes, they are employee owned, which I appreciate. So is King Arthur. It's a different kind of thing. That's so cool though that you work for King Arthur flour. That, what a crazy random happenstance. Yeah. Have a good one, Dr. Fecal Drip. Thank you again. I am absolutely going to enjoy that pie. I'm just wiping what little bit of oil got on my, I know this looks inappropriate, got on my rolling pin off. Because even though I was using the wax paper, a little bit seeped out of the edges, I was fuddling with it and my hands were touching that. So that gets that cleaned up. That gets that cleaned up. Yeah, nope. If there are 2 companies in the world that if I... 3 companies in the world that if I could ever get sponsored by, I'd be over the moon. One is King Arthur flour, based on the amount of baking that I do. And I'm not nearly a big enough creator to do any of this. So this is just like those little dreams that you have. So King Arthur flour for my baking, Hollow Taco for my nail art, and then just privately-ish, I've talked about it before, is it's up here. Creo Brew. So I do Creo Brew most mornings instead of coffee because I can't have that level of caffeine content. And Creo Brew has, instead of caffeine, I mean, there's trace amounts, it's chocolate. It's cacao beans brewed the way you would brew coffee beans. Instead of a lot of caffeine, it's trace caffeine and it has theobromine, I don't know how you say it properly. And it's a milder stimulant. So on the days where I need just that little bit of pick me up, Creo Brew is what I go with since I can't have the caffeine. Count you in, right? Right? You've never heard of Creo Brew, Dova? So Creo Brew, and I'll hold this up so you can see the link. Hopefully if it focuses, and then I'll type it. It's CRIOBRU. It's that. It's, they roast cacao beans, and different roasts give different flavors, and then some of them they enhance with other natural flavors to do like a strawberry mint or strawberry chocolate or a chocolate mint. They have grog as a seasonal flavor. And you just, if you can brew coffee in a fashion, you can brew the cacao beans in that same fashion. So I personally do pour over because I only like it when it's hot, and I mean like hot. And once it's sat for a while, I'm not interested in it. It's not the same microwaving it to reheat it. So I do it cup by cup, and I just a little bit of a pour over and I'm good to go. It's paleo, it's keto, it's gluten-free, it's fantabulous. So yeah, those are my top 3 companies that if I could ever be sponsored by somebody, those would be the companies that I would love it. It is not similar to coffee. So it is, unless you add just a little bit of sugar to it, it is the darkest chocolate you will ever taste. It does taste like chocolate, but with flavor, if that makes sense. So it's not your Hershey's chocolate. It's not your Lind chocolate. It is a flavor in and of itself, because a true, properly roasted chocolate bean, a cacao bean, will get like fruity flavors and nutty flavors to it. So depending on how they roast it, depending on where the cacao bean came from and whatnot, it changes the flavor of it. And they're just unique and they're wonderful. And I know on Creo Brew's website, they have a sampler pack, and I want to say it's 10 of their flavors in these like little mini bags that you can get 2 to 3 cups out of. No, more than 2 to 3 cups, because I think I did 2 to 3 French presses out of it, which is like 6 to 7 cups. For I think $30 to get the sampler pack, and I don't think that's bad. And you can also just buy a couple little mini samples for less than that. But I love Creo Brew. You love dark chocolate, this is probably for you. This is probably for you. 100% cacao baking chocolate. Then this is also probably for you, Dova. If you really like dark chocolate, like 100% dark chocolate, you would not need milk in this. You would not need sugar in this. I bet you would like drinking it straight. I personally do not like my chocolate that dark. I do put just your regular old household spoon, like the little ones. I put 2 flattened spoonfuls of sugar in the bottom of my mug before I do my pour over, because I need just that little bit to take the edge off of. And then I put a dash of milk in it, because I prefer my beverages that way for the most part. On top of that, I know my friend who I also got into Creo Brew, my bestie, she actually likes to put a little bit of cinnamon and salt in hers, just a pinch. That's how she likes to drink it, because she likes the salt in contrast to the chocolate. Vin, hello, you're streaking. How are you? Welcome in. Vin's one of my teammates, you guys. Vin is a double teammate on both EBGG and Set the Tone. Okay? 10 out of 10, awesome human being. You should follow him as well. Yes, yeah. It is Vin. Vin does cooking streams when he has the ability. He does cooking streams. One of these days, when both of us have better setups and easier communication, I feel like Vin and I should do a full course meal together. So he can instruct me through the cooking side of things, because I am a terrible cook. And then I can walk him through one of my baking recipes, and together we'll both have delicious things. You know? You like baking streams? I do baking streams at least once a month, but I'm going to try to do them twice a month. I'm just putting my stoof away, because we've made the pie. It's just gotta do its thing in the oven, and I can't make that go any faster. You've only done a cooking collab with L&D once? I have never tried to collab this, Vin, but I would be so down. I'd be so down to try it. We should. We should. I think it would be fun. What, Smeagol? What is that noise? Are you in a play mood? He's doing the weird yowl. You made your own version of a bento? That sounds amazing. That sounds amazing, Vin. I'm jealous. I want a bento. See, that's the only downside of having friends that cook and bake. You want to eat everything that they make. Everything. It's a curse to look at the food and be like, I'm not close enough to taste it. A Japanese girlfriend. We need a waifu Seamus. Is that what you're saying? Man, I should have paused those ads. That's okay. Oop. I got myself caught on a drawer pull. Set that down. I'm just getting everything into the sink so that it can soak. Because nothing says problematic dishes like dried on pastry dough and sugar. The sugar's not so bad, but the pastry would be a nightmare. That's soaking. Ooh, hot, 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 hot. So hot. Much tender fingers. My food dresses as a maid. Oh my goodness, Seamus. You saw the Betty Crocker cookie book out in the wild? Let's go, Carrie. That's amazing. My bestie made a cauliflower pizza crust the other night. Cauliflower pizza crust is so good. So, fun fact. That is the first thing I ever made Seamus to eat. Ever. Ever, ever. And that was back when Seamus was still with his ex-wife. So I went over to visit both of them. We were doing a full moon ritual because Wiccan. And I wanted to share something with them, but Seamus was on a carb-free diet. He was working on losing weight. And to honor that, I said, let's try this cauliflower pizza that everybody is talking about. His wife at the time thought she was going to be very helpful. She ended up being absolutely not helpful. And I learned a whole lot about how wet cauliflower is. And my friends, I hand grated that cauliflower because I was under the impression that they did not own a food processor, but the reality of it is Seamus was being respectful and just trying to like let me treat them because that's what I wanted to do. And his ex-wife did not realize that they owned a food processor. That should tell you about how much she cooked. I should have just asked, but I didn't. And so I literally hand grated an entire head of cauliflower and then like used cheesecloth and stuff to squeeze as much liquid out of it as I could. We still had a soupy pizza crust, but it was just so good. It was such a good pizza. Major keto, yeah. Was in very rough shape, but it's on your list to maybe get sometime, though you don't bake much. Honestly, I love the cookie book, Carrie. I can't recommend it enough. She loves cooking for other people, Bubbly. That's the best way to cook, is for others. So unhelpful, she's now the ex and I'm the best girl. Right, Seamus? Then you two are married. We're not quite married yet. I'm not saying that we've picked a date, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be June of this coming year. Cause I kind of want the palindrome. I kind of want to be married on 6/26/26. So if everything comes together the way we think it's going to come together in the end of October, we will look at actually finalizing things. Fingers crossed. But we were talking about that at camp. Yeah, it'll be so nice. Oh, hey, we've only got 15 minutes before I have to drop the temperature. But yeah, no, for anybody who doesn't know what Carrie is talking about, this is the cookie book. This is where a good chunk of my Christmas cookies come from. I love this cookbook. This is the cookbook that my grandmother used. Not this exact one. I got my own copy of it. My aunt, now that my grandmother has passed, has my grandmother's original copy. But this is probably one of the last bits that my grandmother actually did sign. My aunt, so my grandmother had dementia, Alzheimer's. So my aunt wrote this part and then she let my grandmother sign down here, and everything's backwards for me. This is when I was given this. It was for my birthday. That way I had it for Christmas of 2018. 6/26/26, that's right. Best day ever. I have my grandmother's 3-ring binder edition of the Betty Crocker picture cookbook. I think. So somebody gave us a box of old cookbooks. This one, Dova. This one. The 3-ring binder version of the Betty Crocker picture cookbook. That's the one. This one. God, when was this published? All these little extra things that somebody, wow, I'll tell you about this in a second, that somebody put in here. Revised and enlarged. Where's your edition number, my friends? Not in your first edition. Help you visualize, illustrations, how to make it, blah, 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 blah. There has to be a version number somewhere in here. Is there not? Does this not have the printed dates? Hello? Maybe it's in the back? Yeah, because that goes into types of parties. Goes up to the last number is the edition in the front. There are no numbers unless this is just sealed down, but I don't think it is. But I mean, look at the shape that this is in. I'm wondering if it's not backed by the index. I would love to know what edition this is. I would. Holy crap. I don't think they realized that these were in here. Oh, because it's got a recipe on it. How about a really old postcard? Because it has a pecan pie recipe on it. Let you grab yours? Absolutely. Nerd! Right, Bubbly? There were a lot of cookbooks in all the booths. Oh, I love that. I love that. I love old cookbooks. Yeah, there's 2 postcards in here. Because this apparently has a Florida orange pie on it. I love these people too who are just like, this is my cookbook and I'm gonna stick everything in here. There's an old newspaper clipping because there's spicy molasses apple cookies on here. This, oh my God, it's from my birthday. 20 years before I was born. You guys, look at the date on this. May 15, 1969. First edition, 5th printing, copyright 1950. Takes several days to make the round. Oh, absolutely, Carrie. Where did you find the edition on yours, Dova? Oh, wait. Mine is a 2nd edition, 4th printing. I found it. I had to get past this little beginning thing. 1956. 1956. Yeah, so maybe they put this in extra. I have this Betty Crocker's Frankly Fancy Foods recipe book in the front of mine. And then I have the picture cookbook. So I was expecting it to be before that. I think whoever owned this prior to me cut holes in this and slapped it in here. That's my guess. But yeah, I have the 3-ring binder picture cookbook. I love it. I love it so much. Of course, you have to have your nerdy cookbook. So, like, this is Seamus's, I'm pretty sure, but we have the Doctor Who cookbook. I've got, I think I've shown this several times, but I have the Boston Cooking School cookbook by Franny Farmer, which if you watch Tasting History at all, you know he references this. Oh, yours is not the expanded one. Got it. So this cookbook, again, this is from that box of somebody giving away. Sarah Rolfe Fisher, 1923 is on the innermost page. Franny Farmer book would be cool, right? Please make me some fish fingers and custard, please. We're not making a Stargazy pie, Vin. We're not. Absolutely not. No. No. This is a revised edition from Boston in 1921. Copyright 1918. So this might be my oldest cookbook that I have. And it's, again, whoever owned it prior had all of the stuff stuffed into it. And for all I know, whoever they got it from stuffed some of this in here. Oh my God, there's a picture from a magazine. Because it had dream cakes on the back. Look at this old picture from a magazine. Because there's a recipe on the back. You have the official Witcher cookbook and 2 Tolkien cookbooks. Hell yes. Your hubby has a bunch of cookbooks from D&D and the Dylan B. Hollis. Yes, I have Dylan's first cookbook. And now he's got a second one that I want. So Dylan's is Baking Yesteryear. I love talking cookbooks, you guys. This is the guy you're talking about. Or B. Dylan Hollis. I always put his other one in the backwards order. Heroes Feast D&D cookbook in book form and recipe power card form. Oh, that's fun. Yes, this one. Yeah. I have marked a few recipes that I want to try. Just a few. I have that cookbook of his. And then I have the Stardew Valley one. I've got the Pusheen cookbook because cute. We have to have Pusheen. Have to. Put this back up here. Somewhere I have, please don't tip everything over. Okay. My book stands are each 3 pounds, and it knocked a whole bunch of books over. I do have the Dungeon Meister's Drink Master's Guide. These are all alcoholic beverages, and possibly some mocktails. Tavern Basics, Spirited Species, Classy Drinks, Skilled Selections, Magic Mixers, Muddled Minions, Immense Intoxicants, Metagame Madness, Alcoholic Artifacts, and that's it. Those are the sections. So I've never mixed anything out of here, but like, who doesn't want a drink called Troll Slobber? You need that one for your current GM? He would love that. I think I found this at like Michael's. Yeah, so a Troll Slobber, since I opened this one at random, it requires 2 scoops of lime sherbet, 2 ounces of pineapple rum, 5 ounces of a lemon lime soda, so that'd be like a 7-Up, and 2 to 3 stemmed maraschino cherries for garnish. Okay, shut the fuck up. That sounds amazing. I might have to bake myself a Troll Slobber. It says scoop sherbet into a tall cocktail glass, such as a Collins. Add rum and soda. Stir with a cocktail spoon to create a cloudy bottom without overstirring in order to maintain bubbles. The top should foam up. Carefully place cherries on top of the foam. Hubby has an Elder Scrolls one. Nice. I used to have the Elder Scrolls cookbook, but it was very impractical, beautiful, but not going to use it. That's fair, Dova. Nice. It's a Troll Slobber. That's literally what it's called. A Troll Slobber. And it sounds really good. I have not super looked through this, but now I'm gonna have to. Now I'm gonna have to. These sound good. Oh man, I'm in trouble from myself. I'm in trouble from myself. Put that back up there. I also have Tequila Mockingbird for more mixed drinks. Maybe one of these days we'll do a mixed drink on stream. I mean, we technically did the Syllabub, which was really good, like surprisingly good. I knew it would be tasty, but it was really tasty. Make one while we wait. I don't have all the ingredients, Dova. Troll Slobber. Do you just like hearing me say Troll Slobber? If I thought I could find one in there that I had the ingredients for, Dova, I would. But I don't think I can. God, I have so many cool cookbooks. The one that I really need to get into, though, honestly, because I'm a lazy cook, is this one. The Ultimate Rice Cooker Cookbook, where you literally take your rice cooker and just make a meal in it. And I should do more with it. Because I am a lazy cook who's trying to lose weight for my health and for my own mental health. And that would make things simpler. But alas, I'm just too lazy. Oh, the book! Dungeon Meister, A Drink Master's Guide. I thought you were asking me about this specific drink. I'm sorry, Bubbly. You found the book? Very good. Listen, a rice cooker is the best investment. The best. When I first got together with Seamus, oh my god, we're having so many trips down memory lane of when I first met Seamus. And I'll be right back with that because I need to drop the oven to 375 for another 30 minutes. Okay, down to 375, hit the start button. So when Seamus and I first got together, one of the first things I did was make a stir fry for him, and I brought my rice cooker over. And he was like, what is that? And I was like, it's a rice cooker. And he's like, we don't need a rice cooker. You can just make rice on the stove. And I was like, no. No, you don't understand, sir. A rice cooker is amazing. Do this perfect rice every time. And I made the rice in the rice cooker, and he was sold. He is so happy to have that rice cooker in this apartment. I use it fairly frequently. Well, we use it fairly frequently now because we both love rice. And I got that rice cooker not long after I got out of high school. So back in like 2009, I think my mom got it for my birthday, 2008, 2009, something like that. So it's 15 years old now, something like that. It's pretty old. It's still trucking right along. I have had to replace nothing about it, knock on wood. It just works. One of the first things you show me your boobs and rip out your lips and shave is. That's a different first time. You love your rice cooker, Bubbly, right? We have a small one and a bigger one. Oh, I only have the little 3-cupper. I never said anything about changing the clock battery, Seamus. You literally like, the clock battery needs to be changed. And I was like, oh, is that why I won't keep time? And you were like, yeah. And I was like, well, if you want to change it, you can. And then you didn't. That's how I remember it. If you want to change the clock battery, we can change the clock battery. I just don't care enough to change the clock battery. Yeah, I only have the one. It's a 3-cupper, but it can also bake a cake. Have I baked a cake in the rice cooker? No, but it can. Not to take it apart. Oh, is the battery not... Is it not easily accessible? Because I would have told you to not overly take it apart. I thought the battery was easily accessible. You need your battery changed, Dova? Fair. Fair. You're ordering the battery? Go for it. If you break the rice cooker, I will be very sad. Because it's my baby. I'm trusting you. It's an old Zoji Rushi. And it was back when you could buy them at Bed Bath & Beyond. Man, there's a store that doesn't exist anymore. Bed Bath & Beyond. Holy crap. That's days gone by. I can hear Seamus typing off in his office. You fix ventilators and surgical equipment for a living. I think it can handle a rice cooker. It's my baby. It's my baby. That'd be the same as, like, bringing Hera in for an operation. And even though the vet's done hundreds of, like, kitty hysterectomies, I'm still gonna be like, that's my baby. Don't break her. Poor Mia. Pangalactic Gargle Blaster. I got it, Seamus. I don't know if you could hear him. A Pangalactic Gargle Blaster. I have no idea what that is. Working on clearing out old photos. Found a screenshot of a post from when we moved to current house. Oh, wow, Carrie. Wow. You got that reference? Right over my head. Yeah, I've never seen Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's okay, you guys can roast me. I haven't seen a lot of movies. I tell that to your hubby's heart doctors whenever you have... Exactly, Bubbly. Don't break them, it's mine. You break them, I'm coming for you. Yeah. Or so the post claims. We'd rented a storage unit and he was dropping stuff off each day, weighed books, and had 2.5 tons worth in the box. What? What? That's a lot of books. Don't panic, just remember your towel. Courtesy of President Zaphod Beeblebrox. All right. I've heard Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is a classic. I've just never been inclined to watch it. Just like I'm not inclined to watch Pulp Fiction. And I'm about to utter what many of you are going to consider is sacrilege. okay? I'm aware of this. I have no intention in my life of ever watching Forrest Gump. I am not interested in it. I don't feel like it. I know enough of the references to be hip and cool, and I'm good with that. I don't ever plan on watching Forrest Gump. Be prepared to unfollow. Okay, bye! Oh, that's okay? Okay, bubbly. The 42 crew. Oh, got it, Seamus. Because 42 is the answer to life. Something in the universe, right? You thought that was going in another direction? Life, the universe, and everything. Got it, Seamus. Can't call yourself a nerd without reading Hitchhiker's Guide. I mean, I'm a different kind of nerd. Because I've watched a lot of anime. I'm that kind of nerd. I'm that kind of nerd. And I like math. I like math a lot. I almost, true story, I almost went to school when I was going back after I did photography, and I had to make a choice. One of my options, aside from massage therapy, was to go back to school to be a statistician. I thought that would be fun, and then I realized it was gonna be like 4+ years of school, and I said, no, I don't want to go to school for another 4 years. You don't like math? I really like math. I like numbers, but specifically numbers I can visualize. So algebra, I'm not too big on algebra. I mean, obviously there's algebraic equations inside of geometry and inside of statistics, but I can see geometry. I can look at the triangle. I can see the circle, right? So I really like geometry. And I really, really like statistics. I think statistics are fascinating and terrifying because obviously, depending on how you tweak the numbers, where your outliers are, if you're talking about the mean or the median, et cetera, you can make them say what you want them to say. And if you don't get the data set from whoever put the data together, if they don't tell you what the sample size is, what the study was, how it was done, and so on and so forth, statistics can be very, very frightening. I'll give you a prime example. During COVID, we were in an area where our hospitals really were not hit that hard. It's much more rural out here. People are not super like in contact with each other, and the hospital Seamus worked at reported 2 cases of COVID. The news reported a 200% increase in COVID cases in the hospital that Seamus worked at because they went from 0 to 2. Now, if you hear 2 confirmed cases of COVID in the hospital, the only 2, it's like, oh, okay. Not a panic-worthy situation. If you read 200% increase in cases of COVID and you don't have the data set, it's like, oh shit, it's exploding. That is why it's important to know what your sample size is and everything with statistics. All the math I need is 42. Arc will seizure cover you with their galactic goo. Oh my goodness. I like learning about the Earth and space. There you go, Bubbly. My dad was really into Earth and space studies. That's cool. Yeah, widespread panic. Media going for shock value. Yep, because that sells advertising, and that's what media is surviving off of because we don't have like paid newspaper subscriptions anymore. So I'm very passionate about when you see statistics, if they do not tell you how the numbers were obtained, if they cannot provide you or are not willing to upfront hand you that information, toss it in the garbage because it's cherry picked somehow. It's not worthwhile. It's not worth looking at. That is my personal opinion. You know, I don't like fear-mongering, basically. I don't like fear-mongering, and statistics is very easily used for that. But I love statistics. I love geometry. I actually I have need because I want to do a tiered cake with my hot water chocolate cake recipe, and I'm used to baking it in an 8x8 dish. I actually need to do the area formula calculation to then take it from an 8x8 square and get it into how much of a round do I need to make a cute little tiered cake. How many batches am I gonna need? I like it. I like the math enough to do that. I even remember my old office job. They brought in, I'll never forget this. It was so funny. They brought in this sign. So I used to make architectural signage for a living. That's signage with Braille on it. I was an artist for it. I hadn't moved into the project managed side of it. And one of our clients brought us a sign from the school and was like, they don't remember who they bought these signs from. It's been years, but it's got a unique shape. It had like a rounded triangle on it. And they were like, can you replicate it? And my bosses were like, yeah, of course, absolutely we can. And they handed it to me and they were like, we need you to figure out how to take this physical sign and get it into the art program. They never thought about how I was gonna do this. They just were like, you can do this, right? And I was like, sure. I need a sextant, or a protractor rather. They're very much the same shape. And they looked at me and they were like, what's a protractor? And I was like, you know, the thing to measure angles? One of the bosses the next day brought in a broken protractor. It was in like 3 pieces, where one of her kids had it because she had kids still in high school, had it in their like 3-ring binder pocket thing, and it had snapped. And she was like, here you go. They had no idea. I was like, oh my God. D&D was great for grasping probability. Yes, it really was, Frank. D&D is just math. It's just math on steroids. Essentially ditched all news and media from about 2020 on. You check headlines and local news. That's it. Yeah, I stick mainly to local news myself, Dova. Dova wasn't quite as wise as she's become in her older age, but more like, yeah. Yeah, yep. It was a big facepalm bubbly. It was. Needless to say, not only did I recreate those signs, but I fixed what the previous artist had done. So whoever designed them previously had not, like, it should have been level where it curved to come up into the triangular part, and it wasn't. They were like off kilter, so they were kind of meeting not at the middle, but it wasn't visually noticeable. But when it came to designing it, I was like, you know, I can either take, I'm just gonna throw random numbers out there. I can either take this like 33-degree angle over here, or I can take this 27-degree one over on this side where they meet up. And I just picked one so that it was straight and even and lined up properly. Because again, if they don't remember who originally made the signs, whoever originally made the signs also probably was not working with the same modern level of graphic design equipment that we have available to us today. D&D is the only math you like, right? Bougie, hello! A professional tractor, that's right. How are you? Welcome in. We are just waiting on the pie. Again, we have 15 minutes. I literally said to Seamus with this, I was like, I'm probably going to put the pie in the oven and then that'll be it, because how much can I talk with my chat? Here we are, just having a beautiful chat session while we wait for the pie to bake so that we can all marvel in how delicious it looks. But you can't eat this pie until it's fully cooled, so I will not be able to slice it for you guys. I will, however, of course, post a slice of it when Seamus and I get into it, probably tomorrow, because it's going to take a little while to cool, and it's already almost 8 o'clock at night when we get into it tomorrow to eat. Email you a pie? What the hell, Dova? Listen, I can email pie. A picture of pie. It won't be physical pie that you can eat, but I can email it. Man, that also reminds me. Now that I'm getting better with pie crust lids, we may have to do a cherry pie. And I'm getting better at this like waiting game of it has to soup up for an hour. We may have to make a cherry pie for this coming pie day. And then I can do lattice work again maybe. But I can cut out of the extra pie instead of doing the ring around the outside. I can make it in a smaller pie tin, so I'll have a little bit extra to work with, and I could like cut out the pie symbol to put in the middle. You know, because as a math nerd, we celebrate Pie Day in this household, and I make pie for Pie Day every year. Even if you don't see it, I make pie for Pie Day. Oh, did Seamus walk behind me? I bid you to look up and try Polish rhubarb cake. It's your favorite. Make a spotted dick. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You did send me the video about spotted dick, and I'm pretty sure I said never. Not happening. Let's see what a Polish rhubarb cake is. Come to me, Google. Polish rhubarb cake. Oh, it's a crumb cake. That looks delicious. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the Polish that this gives me. But like, look at this. If it'll focus. Delicious looking. Yes, Max did just make the spotted dick recently. That's how Seamus found out about it. That looks amazing. I don't give a shit about your ad. Thank you. So there's a Polish rhubarb crumb cake. It's a classic Polish cake that features a layer of tart rhubarb and a sweet, buttery crumb topping. I'm down with that. With some creme fraiche. I've never made creme fraiche. I should. Cake itself is light and moist, made with simple ingredients. I don't want to subscribe, thank you. Simple ingredients like flour, sugar, eggs, and sour cream. Okay. Rhubarb provides a tangy contrast to the sweet cake and crumb, making each bite a perfect balance of flavors. I love this. It's often enjoyed with a cup of coffee or tea and is a staple in Polish homes during the spring and summer months when rhubarb is in season. So long as you can use chopped rhubarb, I can get my hands on more from my dad's house. Fresh stalks are the key ingredient in this cake, providing a tangy flavor. Choose firm, crisp stalks for best results. So I mean, you probably don't have to have them as stalks. You probably could sprinkle them down. Where's the cooking instructions? There. Okay. Total time, 1 hour, 5 minutes, yields 12 servings. Blah, 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 blah. 2 cups of flour, a teaspoon of baking powder, half a teaspoon of baking soda, half a teaspoon of salt, half a cup of unsalted butter. Salted because I'm a heathen. Cup of sugar, 2 large eggs, 1 cup of sour cream, and 2 cups of rhubarb diced. Perfect. Perfect. I can get it diced in 4 cup amounts. And then the crumb topping is a half a cup of flour, half a cup of sugar, a 1/4 cup cold unsalted butter cubed or salted, and a half teaspoon of cinnamon. Preheat your oven. Prepare the cake batter in a medium bowl. Whisk together the flour, baking powder, baking soda, and salt in a separate large bowl. Beat the butter and sugar until light and fluffy. Add the eggs one at a time, beating well after each addition, and then stir in the sour cream. Combine. Gradually add the dry ingredients to the wet ingredients. So that's an alternating addition, basically. Add, mix, mixing until just combined, and then fold in the diced rhubarb. Make the crumb topping in a small bowl. Mix the flour, sugar, and cinnamon. Cut in the cold butter with a fork or pastry cutter until the mixture resembles coarse crumbs. You could also do that in a food processor. Assemble the cake. Spread the batter evenly into the prepared pan. Sprinkle the crumb topping over the batter. Bake for 40 to 50 minutes or until a toothpick inserted in the center comes out clean. Cool and serve. That sounds delicious. I would like to send this to myself. Can I save this? Bookmarks? Nope. I want to add this to my bookmarks. Copy? That'll do. Seamus, you're getting a Discord message so that I can open this on my big computer. That sounds delicious. That sounds amazing. Served with Greek yogurt. So I'm not a big fan of Greek yogurt. I don't like the particular tanginess of it. Everyone you did for was gobsmacked. Excellent. Right? That sounds amazing, Dova. Oh man, I gotta make that. I gotta make that. Oh, I'm gonna have to get more of the rhubarb. I'm gonna have to do a double batch because my brother and my sister-in-law cut it up into 4-cup servings, which is fine because that's what you need basically for the pie. But that sounds so good. I love rhubarb. I love rhubarb. Oh my gosh, I really do. I'm so excited for this pie. Now I'm excited for that. Maybe, so I want to do more cooking streams, right? Baking streams. This coming Sunday, next Sunday, is going to be, we're going to play Mist Exile. So I promised my brother on Wednesday we would play shotgun roulette. Or buckshot roulette, that's what it's called. Buckshot roulette, which is a very silly game. He's been bugging me since before we went on vacation. So Wednesday will be buckshot roulette. So help him if he has forgotten and doesn't show up. So help him, because I'm gonna take him out at the ankles. But then Friday and Sunday, I want to play Myst 3 Exile and continue the Myst series because we haven't played one in a little while. And I really love the Myst series. That game is amazing. That's what it looks like, Dova. You programmed and commissioned a factory in Greece that produces 18... Wow, that's a lot of Greek yogurt. That's a lot of Greek yogurt, Frank. Holy smokes. Dang. Dang. But you know what? There's worse things out there to eat than yogurt. And Greek yogurt is supposed to be better for you? I don't fully understand why. But it's supposed to be. I don't know if that's just like things people say or if it's actually true. It's fun to try and count what's left in the chamber and how to best use your... Oh, interesting, Dova. Yeah, according to Steam, he doesn't own it yet, but according to my brother, he owns it. So we'll see. I bought it on sale during, I think it was during the Steam summer sale. It was on sale for like $2 and I was like, right into the cart. In we go. This has to happen because it is supposed to be hilarious and I am here for funny moments. It's less water. Okay. Greek style has a higher protein content and is strained, so a thicker, creamier consistency. Interesting. It must be the higher protein content that I don't like because I find it to be tangier, I guess is the best way to put it. So oftentimes I taste in shapes, and this is a little bit of like polythesia, or however you say it, where synesthesia, something like that. I can't pronounce this word, but it's the same thing as like you hear a number and you see a color, or a word had like different letters have different colors, so on and so forth. There's different versions of it. I taste in shapes more than like flavors, and for me, standard American yogurt is kind of like a flat, gentle slope would be the shape that I would give it. Whereas Greek yogurt has spikes on that slope, and I don't like spiky food. That's the best way I can describe the shape to you. I don't like spiky flavored foods. Congratulations, you are getting to see more of the inner workings of my very strange brain. Synesthesia. Thank you, Dova. The Greek yogurt filters out calcium, slightly bitter, but good for you. It's less water, even with fruit. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, so Greek yogurt is spiky to me, and I don't care for it. The first time I told Seamus, like, because everybody, we all get the food cravings, right? Where you're like, I just want this thing, but I don't know what that thing is. A lot of people will be like, I want something sweet. I want something spicy. I looked at Seamus one day and I was like, I want something that's round flavored. And he was like, what? I was like, I need round. I need round. What round item did I want? I had no idea. But ice cream is round to me. Certain, like a smoothie is more or less round to me. Smoothies are a little bit more on the oval side of things, but like that flavor profile. And he was like, I don't understand round. And I was like, I can't help you. I've never had, I'm gonna mispronounce this, tzatziki. Because as far as I'm aware, it's very loaded with garlic, which I cannot have. I kind of get that to you. You like your glass of Sprite ice cold, so it tastes like you're swallowing nails. Yes, I too like my soda that cold. I wanted to scratch. But Sprite's flavor to me, as is with most carbonated beverages, diamonds, I would put it in. It's a diamond would be the flavor shape. Garlic and dill, yeah, it's Greek and delicious. It sounds delicious. I would die. My IBS would just be like, evacuate bowel 1. And I'd be like, no, why? Because I've been there multiple times. When I first got diagnosed with IBS, the hardest thing to give up was garlic bread. I loved garlic bread. And at the age of 11, when I got diagnosed with IBS and realized that was one of my triggers, I kept trying until the age of 13 when I decided it wasn't worth it anymore. And now it doesn't taste good to me anymore because I did try to sneak a bite and I paid for it. But I was happy with just one bite because I tried it and I was like, you know, this tastes better in my memories. So I've lost the taste for garlic, which is good because I can't have it. I would lose my entire colon to the toilet. It is true. It is true. We got 2.5 minutes on that clock. 2.5 minutes to that pie coming out of the oven, and then I'm gonna place it right here so we can all admire it, and then I will be going back into the desktop Sam. Yep. God, there are so many foods in this world that I would love to try, and I can't. And we have 11 minutes until ads. We're gonna sneak out of here before I have to run ads. That's fantastic, because I always feel bad if ads run and then I need to raid. I always feel bad. So bad. And in fact, the other thing I need to do is just stop raids incoming for an hour, because the other thing I feel guilty about is having a raid come in as I'm getting ready to leave. I feel bad. So I pause them every time. Every single time. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for this pie though. 90 seconds. So I don't burn my hands. Have a good rest of your evening. See you next time. Absolutely, Axel. Have a great one yourself. Thank you for stopping by. Some IBS can be cured with eating healthy. Yes, sometimes IBS can be cured by eating healthy poop in a capsule. Poop capsules are a thing. It's known as a fecal transfer. I first learned about that 15 years ago. I've never looked in to see if I'm a candidate for it. At this point, I really, as much as I don't want to, I really need to go see a gastroenterologist just to take a quick peek, make sure there's not something else going on in there, because in addition to IBS running in my family, so does diverticulosis. So I may not even be a candidate for a fecal matter transfer. A transplant. A poop transplant. Fun fact, friends, for those who did not know that this was a thing, if you have good healthy bowel movements and you have a very healthy gut biome, you can sell your poop for fecal matter transplants and get paid for your poop by the medical establishment. And with that, I'm gonna go pull that pie crust out of, the pie out of the oven. It's time. Woo! It looks good. Ugh. It did shrink ever so slightly, which is to be expected. Oven light off. Oven itself off. Ta-da! Ta-da! It's beautiful! Put my oven mitts back where they belong here. And then I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna do this. Hang on. Hang on. And then I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna do a little marker mark and perfect color right. And then I can do this. I can zoom her in this way. Oh, it's so beautiful. Nom, 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 right? Oh, I'm really pleased with that. Let me see if I can get it to not be washed out. Hang on. Not as washed out here. There you go. She's beautiful. She's beautiful. I'm gonna let you stare at that for a moment while I go walk into my desktop so that we can find a cool friend to hang out with. Oh, the pie looks and smells so good. So good. Thank you for the follow. Let's see, we need to be on this screen. So good you think you need a cigarette now, Seamus. That's a thing of beauty, Dova. Thank you. Oh my goodness, you guys, we did it! We baked a pie! We baked a pie. I can actually reset the zoom on the chat because I have to make it really big to see it on my laptop and everything. Oh my goodness, you guys. Thank you so much for being here with me. We are going to take this over to see a friend, to hang out with somebody else, because 4 hours of baking a pie is enough pie baking for me. Let me take a moment to see who's on, who's doing the stuff and the things, so I can see where we're gonna go and hang out. Yeah, absolutely, Dova. I appreciate you guys being here. If you're not already, get in the Discord. This recipe and many others are in there, available for your pleasure. You know, if you're interested in them, we also chat. I keep my schedule up in there. Like, it's a nice place to hang out. It's a nice place to hang out. I've got some new videos up on my socials. I kept the long form going while I was away at camp for my vacation, which I'm impressed with myself personally because I'm terrible at that. I've been struggling very strongly with keeping up with the social media aspect of things. I'm gonna snooze those. We're not letting the ads start in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Let's see who is on. I got a lot of phasmophobia, which is to be expected because grafting came out while I was at camp, and I'm still angry about that. I missed so much because they just, like, they were like, we don't have a date, we don't have a date, we don't have a date, and then bam, grafting. Rude. Rude, Kinetic Games. Rude. So let's see. Got somebody doing fast food simulator. fatal frame. You know what? Let me check one other location for where I can see if I've got friends online. And maybe we try somewhere new. Maybe we just take a chance and find somebody else doing a cooking stream. Would you guys be interested in that? TD, they just started with Fatal Frame. I don't know what Fatal Frame is. We got a co-working and studying. But I think that would be a very different vibe from what we've got going on here. Oh, wait. Here's a food and drink. Here's a food and drink. Open in new tab. Turn it way, way down. Are they... Oh, it's just... Never mind. They're not actually interacting with chat. It's just like a restaurant who has their kitchen available for people to watch. Let's make a new friend? Okay. Okie dokie. Let me find somebody in the category. So I need Twitchity Twitch. Twitch.tv / well, I guess is it... Let me just go to the Twitch website and try to get into the categories. I swear Twitch has made this more difficult than it needs to be. I think it's under creative. Yes, food and drink. Hand cam. What are you cooking? Oh, never mind on that. Rice noodles down the hatch. Chicken meatballs. Making dog food. Let's make potato noodle, Pacific sari sima with pickled and banana ice cream. Interesting. Possibility. I appreciate you guys sticking through this with me while I figure this out. You're in Spanish. That won't work. I was very interested by what I saw in the preview, and then I saw it's somebody who streams in Spanish, and I don't want to go someplace where I won't be able to understand it. For you. Let me open this person up. Okay, it's already turned way down. I'm just giving it a quick, like, listen. No. Not the right vibe. Not the right vibe. I'm really surprised at how many of these are just in a restaurant kitchen. I'm very, very surprised. Okay. Where did this one go? Let me open this up. Give this a look-see. Just reading really fast. You know what? We'll give this person a try. Their name is Unique Miki. And they are currently making potato noodle Pacific celery simmered with pickled plum and banana ice cream. I'm saying she, based on what I'm seeing. I could be incorrect, but I don't see anything to tell me otherwise. She is a certified guide interpreter in Kagawa, the smallest prefecture in an island, Japan. So it is Monday morning for her. Been going for about 90 minutes, and I think that could be a good fit. So let's go say hi to this person. Welcome in, Pitoko. Welcome in. We're just about to raid out. We're just about to raid out. Thank you. I am a natural ginger. So I appreciate you guys being here. Our new waifu. Behave, Seamus. If you're subscribed, you can use that first raid message with the mandalas. If you are not subscribed, the second one with the hearts is for you. I will be back Wednesday. We are going to be doing buckshot roulette. It should be a good time. Kindly mute this tab for a moment. Thank you very much, so that it's not talking in my ear. Good night to you as well, Pooji. So yes, I will see you guys Wednesday. I believe 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have to double check my calendar, make sure I'm not fucking something up like I have done in the past. But until then, you guys, make sure you take a moment to practice some self-care. Look yourselves in the mirror and tell yourselves that you love you, because you matter, friends. Thank you so much for being here, whether you rated, lurked, resubscribed, gifted subs, chatted, chilled, followed, however you chose to be here. However you chose to support, you are an amazing person, and I appreciate you for it. Let's go meet Unique Miki, and I will see you guys next time. Have a great night. Bye!